So, I still need to do some grinding in Rebirth before we can really jump back into that. Because I've been biz. There's been a lot going on. And I've been trying to do stuff to stay caught up in Final Fantasy XIV. So, on that note, the first things that we've got to do are both in Dravania. Or Dravania. Let's call the whole thing off. But I have ranked up reputation with both the Mughals, who we obviously only just unlocked, and the Vath. So let's go and do their quests. I haven't even done the dailies for today, so I should get double dailies from doing these, so I'll be able to use all 12. Oh, I can't do the Vath. Okay, I can't do that then. What is a great new nation? What level is that? That's level 58. Okay, and we're on 56 at the minute. Not that I can show that because I haven't grabbed the MSQ yet. Zenith, yes. So it's an after-work stream. It's been quite hot, and all that shit, which is why no webcam. I basically just don't want the studio lights on. I'm not feeling terrible, but I'm not feeling the best. And I don't particularly want to just be popping painkillers for the sake of it. So let's make the Mughals fucking love us. After, Tarrison's been looking for you, Kupo. There's an important matter we must discuss at once. After, there you are. I must say, the attitude of the Mogmenders is much improved. They've mastered the basics of stonemasonry more quickly than I had anticipated, and remain ever eager to learn. Once the rubble has been cleared, we can begin rebuilding. Therein lies our problem, however. I'm afraid we lack the numbers to remove the debris on our own. I requested aid from the Mughals of Asar, but have yet to receive a response. Doubtless they are trying to avoid any kind of hard work. And so I would ask you, my dear Mogzin, task you with bringing them here. I give you leave to use whatever trick you can conceive of to get those malingering Mughals to Barles. You want me to fool Mughals? I've never done that, Kupo. Not successfully, anyway. Do not be so quick to lose heart. You fail only because your ideas are half-formed, marred by compromise and poor planning. You must persevere in your efforts if you wish to succeed. It is as the words of my house state, by the 100th blow. For a single strike of the chisel merely scratches a stone's surface. It is only with constant effort that stone gives rise to bricks, to walls, and at last an impregnable fortress. Such is the power of will, of perseverance, of determination. Will, perseverance, determination? I will remember, Kupo. Yes, I'll craft a trick so cunning they'll sing songs of it throughout Mogholm. Aye, that's the spirit. You are a leader. It's time you took charge. Show the others that the Mogmenders are not to be trifled with. However, while I have great faith in Mogzin, he still has yet to meet his full potential. which is why I must ask you to accompany him. Ensure he does not slip back into his old ways. Give that pom-pom of his a firm shake if you sense his will wavering. I'm sure there'll be no need for that, Kupo. Nevertheless, I would certainly appreciate the company. Well then, shall we be off? We should begin by speaking with Mogup, the Moogle in charge over at Asar. There is a slight chance that we will get to level 58 MSQ today, but I am doubtful. Ah, if it isn't Master Mogsin, and the adventure I've heard so much about. I seem to recall a request of some manner from the Mogmenders. Yes, you required extra paws to help move some rubble? That's correct, Kupo. The request was made some time ago, and still not a single Moogle has arrived at Barles. We can't hope to make any progress without them. Yes, who could forget such an unusual name? Of course, I dispatched several Moogles the moment the missive came. I'm afraid I may have sent them to the wrong location. Awfully hard to pronounce that name, you see. Why, I suppose they could be anywhere now, and without the provisions for a long journey. Oh, how dreadful, Kupo! All alone with those wild beasts, hungry and afraid. Curse my clumsy tongue, curse it! Could you help me find them? Please, bring them something to sate their hunger, and I'm certain they'll be most willing to help. Of course, an understandable mistake. I can scarce pronounce half the names I hear. Don't worry, Mogup. My companion and I will have the errant Moogles back here in safe post-haste. It wouldn't serve to go searching blindly, however, lest we become lost ourselves. We must discuss our strategy beforehand. Let's confer down below. Little does Mogup know, I've already fallen for this trick, twice. Why trouble yourself to get your own food when a gullible Moogle will deliver it right to you? It would be a brilliant ploy if it wasn't so overused. And now we have our chance. What did Tarrison say? Ah, turn the tables. If we can trick them into going to Barles, I dare say they'd stay just as a sign of respect. Mogup and his lackeys are a clever bunch, though. How could I possibly get the better of them? If only we could use those fake Kupo nuts. But by now, every Moogle in Mogholm and beyond has heard of them. And rightly so. They're truly masterpieces. Certainly not something I could ever hope to surpass. And there's no shame in that. Why reach for the skies when a Kupo nut is hanging just within reach? Besides, Asar is far from Mogholm. I wager Mogup and the others have heard nothing of your fake nuts. Well then, I believe the matter is settled. Don't make me give your palm a squeeze. No, not my palm, Kupo. I remember Tarrison's words. Just keep your hands right where they are. I'll come up with my very own trick. I'll make Mogup think twice before trying to trick me again. Thank you, After. Tarrison was right to have you accompany me. If you were not here, I would have given up before I remembered a special something that just might serve as the perfect tool for our trick. A very special something. I haven't got any myself, though. Certainly not in the quantity required. There is one Moogle who might. Come with me to Mogholm, so we can seek out the counsel of the alchemist Moghan. Yes. It's all falling into place, Kupo. I could teleport, but what's the point? It's literally right over here. After, my apologies. Had to pick something up from Barles on the way here. I hope I haven't been keeping you waiting long. The mighty adventurer graces us with her presence again, Kupo. Oh, and greetings to you as well, Mogsin. What brings you two all the way from Barles? Mogup is up to his old tricks. but I mean to take the upper paw this time. For that, I require your most potent medicine. Most potent. Oh, and on a completely unrelated note, I brought you a gift. Well, I certainly can't just give you Kupo nuts. And larger than any I've ever seen. Even more so than those of Chieftain Moglin's secret reserve. You've always been a stout supporter of the Mogmenders. I just thought I should express my gratitude. Of course, I understand, Kupo. I wouldn't dare decline a gift from you, Mogzin. It is only a gift, yes? Why, Moghan, you wound me. I would never intend for it to be anything else. Kupo. Lifting stones is dangerous work, and it would be dreadful if anyone was injured, especially so far from home. You shall have your medicine, Mogzin. Practice caution, however. Use too much, and you may do more harm than good. I promise to be responsible, Kupo. I believe we're finished here. I'll meet you back at Asar after I finish some final preparations. I'll try not to be late this time. Is he gonna drug the other Moogles? Is that what's going on here? Because it feels like that's what's going on here. Come on. Oh wait, it'll be up. Yeah. How goes the search? I've looked up and down, under every rock and behind every bush, and can find no sign of the poor Moogles. All this searching has made me terribly thirsty, by the way. Now I know how the others must feel. It's tearing me apart, Kupo! Mogup, enough. I surrender. I must say, your every trick is more impressive than the last. This one was so impressive, in fact, that I brought a bounty of Kupo nut milk to give to everyone. Haha, Mogzin's been outsmarted again, Kupo. You really must stop making this so easy. There's no sport in it anymore. However, we'll gladly accept these libations as a just reward for our ingenuity. Time to call the others. Did you see, Kupo? Mogup is none the wiser. He thinks that's just regular Kupo nut milk, but we know better. I can scarce believe that I, Mogzin, am finally about to trick Moogles. Come after. Mogup will soon get to his desserts. His just desserts. That's right, they're getting drunk. After, quickly, Mogup and the others are just about to partake of my special milk. Ugh. Don't say it like that, dude. Mogzin has been tricked again, and not for the last time. In his humbleness, he's rewarded our surpassing cleverness with a bounty of Kupo nut milk. Drink deep, my friends, and bask in victory. Fucking winos. There's nothing like a nip of milk after a... What is... Kupo? Impossible. Mogsin, he couldn't have. What's in the milk, you ask? A few pinches of the crushed cloud mallow seeds. In large enough quantities, they put Moogles into a deep sleep. Once they're dozing soundly, I need only whisper in their ears to complete my plan. Look and bear witness to a Mogmender's guile. A working Moogle is a happy Moogle, Kupo. A working Moogle is a happy Moogle, Kupo. From sunup till sundown, you'll work up a sweat with nary a frown. From sunup till sundown, we'll work up a sweat with nary a frown. What ho, friends? Isn't it a perfect day for back-breaking labor? Who needs rest? Not I, Kupo. Who wants to sweat? Me! I didn't expect the conga line. Victory, Kupo! I doubt Moggup will dare try to trick me again after this. Now to reap the rewards. Let's return to Barles and see what Moogles hard at work can accomplish. Hey, Patinga. How you doing? Good. It's terrible. We'll never get the rubble cleared, Kupo. Moggup and the others began work eagerly at first, but they collapsed after carrying only one rock between them. I know they aren't used to hard work, but this beggars belief. Perhaps all's not lost, however. When a Moogle's in such a sorry state, the only cure I know of is more cloud mallow, and I believe you can help with that. Mount a mallow and sprinkle some puffs on these Moogles, and their palms should perk right up. Just ask the Moogle guarding it to ride. I'll be looking to the skies. Perhaps a few errant puffs will blow this way. Today was the first day where you got back into the working rhythm. Good. Glad to hear it, man. Say no more. I know exactly why you're here. Just shake your rump a bit and rain mallow puffs on the poor Moogles. And we'll be back in tip-top shape. Hop on. I'm sure the mallow can support your weight. This is the mount. This is the mount that I want. I seem to recall being tired. Impossible. Inconceivable. Why, I dare say I could clear the rubble myself. A working Moogle is a happy Moogle, Kupo. No. The mallow puffs seem to do it, Kupo. If they keep up this pace, then the rubble should be cleared in no time. And what's more, now that I've hoodwinked a Moogle, I'm sure to earn some respect around here. I am the master of the Mogmenders, after all. Tarrison, after. If not for your support, I would have given up a long time ago. To see my efforts succeed at last. I've never felt this sense of accomplishment before. With my thanks. Brilliant, my dear Mogsin. Remember my words, and your conviction shall show through in the quality of your craftsmanship. I will. I most certainly will. Tarrison, your words will guide me in both my works and my studies. Doesn't really matter which one you give me, so just give me one. Thanks to your efforts, the rubble has been cleared. Nice. Not that I can really tell the difference much. But it's a good first step. And you now have more, yeah. You now have the furniture. I think that's the only thing that they have, yeah. Okay, well, I will continue that off stream. Because, yeah, it's going to take me... until tomorrow to max out the Moogles next level. Because I'll have 6... six dailies that I can do today. Because I'll get the extra 3 after I've cleared them. So that'll take me up to 300. And then I just need to do 2 tomorrow to get the remaining 60. Alright, let's keep going. I do actually need the items for the level 56 stuff. So I need to remember to actually pick up this gear. But how are we to carry out this bold endeavour? Even with an army of knights at our backs, the direct assault on the vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Alphino. Not even the assembled might of House Forton and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of one of the other high houses? Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumoured to reside in the Broom. It was these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, if their hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might well be persuaded to assist in Sir Amaric's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Such is my hope, Master Alphino, and I would have you and After reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the 2 of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leader of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks. Estinian, will your brothers heed your command if you order them to stand aside? The dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the highborn fight among themselves. How very wise. After, we should hurry to the Forgotten Night. Tataru may have knowledge of the revolutionaries. Okay, let's just teleport this way. I don't know if we're gonna get there. I forget just how long it takes to actually get there. But I would love it if we could reach Idleshire today. I don't think it's likely. Because I'm pretty sure you don't go to Idleshire until after some other stuff. I can't do anything more with you guys. Yeah, can I? I could buy this in preparation. Not that there's much point. Do these have a glow effect? No. Okay. I don't absolutely despise some of this stuff, but it is disappointing that I can't get to the advanced shit yet. But as soon as we get to Idleshire, that's when I can, which is part of the reason I want to get there. After, Alphino! Gods, I've been worried sick! It's so good to see you. And you, Tataru. How did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets? Gibbelron and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully. What about you two? What came of your journey? You're not serious. What was Sir Aymeric thinking? I mean, the way you two talk about him, I wouldn't have believed. Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that they're led by someone called the Mongrel. A queer moniker if ever I've heard one, but mayhap it will take the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us make inquiries below. Yup. Ow. Eh? What's that? Speak up. I can't hear as well as I used to. I don't know a goddamn thing about the mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you. Well, so far, these guys all seem lovely. Very helpful. A mongrel? Not sure I catch your meaning. To a blue blood, we're all of us dogs down here. Not a single shred of information. Just as I expected, these revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without the masses' complicity. Still, it is good to know that Tataru's ears are as sharp as ever. I really need that, I think. No, I don't. I already have that. Never mind. I need it for the machinist, but I don't need it for thingy-major. What's it? Yeah. Dark Knight. I need a Dark Knight weapon is what I need. Frustrating though it may be, we must press on. While I continue speaking with the people of the Broom, why not go and see if Gilbron, or Gibralon, knows aught of value? As the proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he'll be more forthcoming than the others. Barkeep. What the fuck is up? You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know that it comes with tight lips. Discretion. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I'm not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you've done right by highborn and lowborn alike. Least I can do is point you in the right direction, but to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens there's a hunter up in the Crozier who owes me a fair bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payment in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me. Agreed? Are we assisting with a drug deal? You. So, you're Gibralt's errand girl. Good. How's he doing? Same as always? Right. Any road, hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody herbs. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt I'll be able to find any more next year. What fucking herbs was this? Come on, barkeep. Wow, you gonna hand him over or not? Alright, this ought to do it. With a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. There are a few things which stir the heart of men like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass with the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know who's rather fond of this blend. Hyaerthia is her name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another. I forget. Anyway, be a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? Don't forget that right now, Aymeric may or may not be being held as a heretic sympathizer. But here I am, delivering mulled wine to people. Yes, I'm Hyaerthia. Beg your pardon, but do I know you, miss? I know this smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare. A special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. Oh, the poor dear. Such a shame that she was taken in by that Baron. He cut a dashing figure, I'll grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. But those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. 'Twas naught more than an infatuation, which she felt, but she convinced herself it was love, and he couldn't help but take advantage. But when her belly started to grow, gods, the scandal! I mean, 'tis not an uncommon occurrence, but that it was a Hyur made it so much, well, I needn't tell you. She was discharged from his service, cast out into the streets, like so much refuse. After she returned to the broom, we drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. Okay. Why is this significant? Is the girl the mongrel? Or is it... Wait, no, that's stupid. The mongrel is going to be the child. Because it's a mongrel of an Elezen and a Hyur. Yeah. That would make sense. So, the amorous nobleman beds his maidservant, then casts her aside when the seed takes root. Not the most original tale, is it? Cold comfort for the women and children who live it, though. Even the penitent can appreciate wine from time to time. Take Gerald, for example. Surely you've heard of him, no? He's a monk who offers succour to the poorest of the poor in the broom. Man of many vows, but none which prohibit spirituous beverages. Aye, if ever there were a man who deserved to drink, it'd be him. Alone's blessing be upon you, miss. A gift? For me? This scent. How reminiscent of a wine once made by a dear old friend. May her soul rest in peace. Forsaken by her family, she toiled tirelessly to feed and clothe her child. Yet somehow she found time to help me tend to those in even worse circumstances. So compassionate she was, so full of life and love for her fellow man. 'Twas that love which gave her child strength to endure the scorn of the other younglings. That little girl, bless her heart, she couldn't help what she was. Eventually she won them over, but those first few years were trying, even more so when she had to start fending for herself. I remember days she spent standing on the walls, raven black hair flowing in the wind, staring out as if searching for her mother's face in the mists. Okay. So the mongrel is a woman with black hair who's half Elysian. So I don't know if that means that she's going to look like a Cure or like an Elysian. Which race has the dominant genetics? She was a remarkable woman. After everything she was forced to endure, she still remained hopeful for the future, for her daughter's future. Some bonds are thicker than blood, but blood still defines us and divides us in the end. It's the legacy of our parents, and we can't escape it, no matter how hard we try. So the mongrel and her pups chose to embrace theirs, to proclaim it to all and sundry. If you can understand that, then maybe you can find her on your own. Hello again. Still looking for your mongrel? Like I said before, take your pick. Plenty around if you know where to look. Or did you fancy someone specific? I'm looking for a mongrel with ruby red eyes and raven black hair. Haha, someone's got unusual tastes. Afraid I can't help you though. Won't, rather. It's bloody obvious you ain't of the broom. Did you think I'd just tell you because you asked nicely? I mean, I kind of was hoping for it, yeah. I was being so nice. You should tell me where she is. This is one of the slower segments so far. Have you made any progress? Huh. So our mongrel was born of an Elysian nobleman and a Hurrian maidservant. Granted, it is no location, but is far more information than we had before. Yes, now that her striking features are known to us, mayhap we need only remain vigilant. Fuck. We're now on level 57 MSQ. And I am, what, about 700k away from leveling Machinist? Okay. There must be a way we can draw the mongrel out into the open. Mayhap we should discuss this with Tataru. Speaking of which, where is Tataru? Oh, confound it. She went below to make inquiries on her own, didn't she? We must find her, quickly. I have a premonition this is not going to end well. Maybe I should look into seeing if there is a server that I could transfer to that would give me the road to 80 buff again. But it's normally only if it's a new server. And I think the only new servers are on the Oceania data center. You cast your gaze over the streets below, but see no sign of Tataru. Maybe when Dawn Trail comes out, they'll have a new server. Or a new world. She must be around here somewhere. I take it you've had no luck either. There she is. I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. Wait, down there. Isn't that Tataru? Those men are chasing her. Quickly, after them.
Where do you think you're going, Missy?
Oh, voice acting.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here?
What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out of House 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
Haha! Listen to the pups yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you cause to yelp.
Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Hilda.
Let's see. Red eyes, black hair, pointy ears.
Lay a finger on the blue blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand. Often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you?
Before you start, let's go somewhere a bit more private, eh? The Forgotten Knights, say. I love the fact that everyone just yeets themselves off of things. So you can be in the middle of a cutscene, talking to someone, and then all of a sudden it's just... I'm underleveled because I no longer have the road to 80. Fuck. As you can see, all of my classes are under. I could try it as dancer, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to go well. So... Let's go with Dragoon. Because, fuck it, I need to level it anyway.
So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries.
What's up?
What are they on about?
The High Houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and lowborn alike. And so Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting everyone know.
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy.
Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims.
We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Emmerich to do this. Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
If Sir Emmerich is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
Jesus.
What in the hell's...
Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy. And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom consorting with the Queen of Rats. Ooh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do. Sickness is wont to fester and spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I reckon Sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens I've got irons of my own.
Cheating fucker, he's got protect.
Such simple creatures, rats. Certain to attack when cornered. Let us step outside, milady. In here, your toys could hurt someone.
Okay, that's the healer down. That's all the other ones. Okay, maybe not. I am fucking up this combo all over the place. I love how he's in the anus of these cheeks. Oh, hey, for Hortrifon, how you doing? Give us a hand, won't you? Where's the healer? There's the healer. Die! Thank you.
There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
Enough!
Jesus! White boy can jump.
Lucky bastard.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I thought the Heavensward might come here as well.
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Aye. Sir Grinno announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavensward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Then the Heavensward now commands the Temple Knights.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who opposed his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered at the vault as ordered.
Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he?
I like her.
Your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leavings of our betters. If you've a mind to change things around here, then we've a mind to join you.
But where is Iceheart during all of this? Because it feels like we should be like trying to find her to get her to help us out with saving Aymeric as well. Let me guess. You're wondering why I chose the mongrel, right? Because it's what I am. And I'm not ashamed of it. Not anymore. Besides, even my pure-blood pups have more in common with me than the lords and ladies up on high. They none of them are well-bred. Hell, some of their mothers were cast out after a spot of fun, same as mine. Story old as time, one was sick of hearing, which is why we took up arms. Not that we mean to hold all the blue bloods to account. Some have done right by us, I'll allow, like them in Alsalian art. Of course, you'd know better about that, wouldn't you? But enough talk. Your friend's still rotting in a cell. Let's not keep him waiting. We've been working in secret to undermine the Holy See in the high houses. That's much I'll acknowledge. But this nonsense about us throwing wide the gates for the heretics is just that. Nonsense. If not you, then whom? You Temple Knights, of course. Reckoned it was your beloved Sir Aemeric's doing it first, but then I heard how he lost his head. My next best guess would be the Heavensward. That way they'd have the perfect excuse to go door to door through the broom, slaughter the heretics and their sympathizers in one fell swoop. But the Heavensward scheme did not account for Lady Iceheart's intervention, and so they've been forced to improvise. A fine bloody mess, ain't it? But the die is cast, so what's the plan? We must divert the attention of the high houses away from the city, and to do that, we need the cooperation of your allies in their service. And what makes you think I have got friends in high places? You'd be fools not to, given your goals. Lowborn knights are ideal recruits. Most swore fealty only out of desire for a better life. If offered an opportunity to shed the yoke and live for themselves, who among them would not at least be tempted to take it? Rare is the man eager to die for a cause he does not hold dear, but it need not come to that this day. If they and their fellow knights are deployed afield to deal with a new threat, massing of heretics, for example, then they will be unable to join in the defense of the vault. Huh. Spread false rumors of an attack to get him out of harm's way, you mean? The city will not soon forget the heretics' last assault. If the high houses believe another attack is imminent, they will have no choice but to act. Can it be done? Can we trick him into leaving Ishgard? Aye. Can we keep him out for long? Not bloody likely. Make sure you're ready before I send the word, because you won't get a second chance at this. Then it is decided. To the vault! The Archbishop must be held to account. And the Lord Commander granted his liberty. Okay. Hearken to me, everyone. We have two objectives. Rescue Sir Aemeric and apprehend the Archbishop. We will therefore divide our forces into two parties. Estinian and I will make ready to breach the underground jail and search for the Lord Commander. We will not move, however, until the second party has entered the vault. I speak of your party, Warrior of Light, together with Lord Horshafon and Master Alphanum. For this plan to succeed, you will need to fight your way into the highest levels of the vault, even unto the Archbishop's private chambers. When the Heavensward realize what you intend, they will fly to their master's side, leaving only a token force to guard the jail. Temple Knights loyal to our cause have already secured the entrance to the vault. Once you are within, they will signal to us. If all goes to plan, we shall rejoin you with Sir Aemeric and confront the Archbishop together. Is everyone clear as to their duties? Then let us do what needs to be done. Well, given that I can't use the classes that I would want to use for this, because of the levels, like, we might actually get to Idleshire today after all. I could probably do this as a healer for the quick queue time. Oh, I started this book. I did the difficult bit earlier today. Well, I say difficult. The long bit, the annoying bit of doing all the fates. So this is the last book that I need for the Scholar. But then it won't be too much longer until I've finished the Scholar A Realm Reborn relic. And then we'll have 6 out of 10. The others are in position, Mistress after. I'll send word once you and your party have entered. Okay. Let's fucking go! Nice and quick. If the tank wants to ready up. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is basically like attacking the Vatican. I should remember to summon my fairy. I will not get very far through this dungeon without summoning my fairy. How do I play Scholar as an actual healer again? The crit Adlo to start off with. Nice. Best healer avoids the party members taking damage by killing things. Okay, so our tank is still learning Gunbreaker. Fair enough, I've still not even played it. We'll galvanize and do a physic just for good luck. This is a pretty good party comp, to be honest, because Samurai has got really good burst damage, but it also has the damage over time. Dancer can be really, really strong when it comes to range damage and AoEs. I don't think they have Dance Partner yet, but Dance Partner can be a really strong part of Dancer. So that's right. He just did something that turned him into a larger knight. Oh wait, that's sucker. Right. It has been a hot minute since I actually was properly playing this. So that's right. This is basically just a matter of remembering where the knight has been before to avoid those orbs. Nice and easy. And now he shrinks back down, and he's just a normal person again. And then he teleports away. I don't really need it on the Scholar, do I? But then again, I've also got no reason not to use a battle manual. I've got... Each of those is 2 hours, so I have over 110 hours of experience up there. So I really don't have a good reason to not be using them. That may have been too many negatives. That was a lot of double negatives. Oh my god, the statues came alive. Whatever will we do? So the last boss of this dungeon is actually pretty interesting, but there are parts of this that really remind me of running through Anor Londo. Like specifically these hallways kind of make me think of Anor Londo. I do like the knights. For some reason, chessboard. May have gotten a little bit distracted. Nearly let the gunbreaker die. It's fine. It's fine. Remember, there's no such thing as a bad healer if nobody died.
I'll cut you to pieces!
Will you? I wonder if Sir Grinno is also going to transform into
I will not yield
something.
to you.
Oh, would you look at that? So he did. So this is different than the transformation that the heretics do. The samurai very nearly died then. We got a very lucky crit Adlo. You know what? Let's be nice. There you go. 10% mitigation for everyone. You're all welcome. Oh god. Bye-bye. You had us, did you? Oh god. Oh god. Corners. Corners are a healer's worst nightmare. Adlo, nice. So now this part also feels quite Anor Londo. Or I suppose Castle Drangalic as well. Who's ready for a boss fight? Will they be kind and wait for me with the cutscene?
Filthy rats!
No, no, they won't.
Be done with you!
But that's part of why I gave them Sucker to begin with. That's right. Avoid the knights walking along the chessboard. Oh, you don't want to have slow. That sucks.
And now the final cut!
I'm just a healer, but I'm trying.
This shall be a mercy.
Owie.
Sickness must be purged. Be done with you.
Okay, I was the one that was slowed. Now you're the ones that are slowed. And we'll get rid of the DOT on you. Everyone gets regen, except for you, apparently. And there we go. Just in case you forgot, Alphino and Horshafont are here too. Always got a GG. Hold on to your butts.
Our power! How can this be? Hold back!
How nice of us to just let him sashay away. This is going to be my first time actually watching this cutscene. As it is with most of the cutscenes at this point, to be honest. Jesus, what did they do to you?
Father, please!
For a mercy, we were not too late.
Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
Oh shit. They're like the archers of Anor Londo. Oh, I don't think that shield's gonna hold. Oh. Oh shit, actual blood?
Go. Asisla awaits.
Lord Orchafon!
Evil fucker. He clearly enjoyed that.
It's no good. The wound is too deep. It refuses to mend.
You are unharmed. Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero.
Is this our Uncle Ben moment? Oh god, it is! Uncle Hoshifon, no! I know not what to say. The others, they gathered at Fort Elm Manor. Did me changing classes negate my sprint? Damn. The others are... Please enter, Mistress Pan.
Don't. Please. A knight lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling. Leave me to mourn and give chase. For my son, and for the nation he loved. Go!
I must admit, despite the fact he was a bastard,
Not be forgotten.
like, it's clear that they did love him. Which is refreshing, given that a lot of stories of a similar setting would be more like the tale of the mongrel.
My son.
I could not stand there in silence, but when all others had forsaken us, Lord Hoshifon took us in, our beacon of hope in a world of darkness. He did his utmost to raise our spirits so that we might face our troubles with courage, with conviction, so that we might face them as knights. We must press on with our mission. Tataru, pray, return to your duties at the Forgotten Knight. Let us go and speak with Sir Aymeric. I worry for his well-being. So the Heavensward Knights have just all fucked off. An audience with the Lord Commander? Yes. Yes, of course. How you doing?
My friends, I am in your debt.
Think nothing of it. Your wounds are healing well, I trust.
Some wounds do not heal.
Another crystal? Or the echo? The echo.
The founding. The scriptures, 1,000 years of lies, all to deceive the common man. Nay, our own brothers and sisters. For the blood of the Knights 12 flows within all our veins. You knew this to be true. You knew, and you concealed it.
I should be interested to hear how you came by this knowledge.
But yes, you have the right of it. Sorry, I skipped too early.
The architects of Ishgard, King Thordan and his Knights 12, entrapped and butchered the great worm, Ratatoskr, that they might partake of her eyes and thereby transcend their mortal limits. Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage. I dare say you know what followed.
The great worm slew the king and half of his knights.
Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued, and his eyes plucked from their sockets by the knights that remained. Their one mistake was to show mercy, for from his brother Hreisvelger did Nidhogg receive a new eye, thus rejuvenating his form and empowering him to embark upon an eternal quest for vengeance.
Whilst Thordan's son Haldreth took one of Nidhogg's eyes and learned to wield its power in defense of his people.
Thus was the first Azure Dragoon born, and ever since that time, his honored successors have risen to drive Nidhogg from our lands whenever the worm has returned to plague us. I ask you, my son, will you answer for my sins? Will your son and his son answer for me as well?
What do you mean?
If a man cannot atone for his sins in the course of his all-too-fleeting life, must his progeny then be held to account? Must every subsequent generation be judged as well? Thordan's betrayal of Ratatoskr was an unconscionable, unforgivable sin. Should we then, as his descendants, meekly surrender ourselves to an eternity of punishment? Nay, say I. I would not see our children sacrificed in a vain attempt to appease an implacable foe. Dragons are not like us, my son. To they who live forever, the wrongs of antiquity are as those of yesterday. No reparations shall ever suffice. This fact alone should serve as ample justification for our actions. Yet some refuse to see it as such. The men like you, who yearn to commit themselves to a nobler cause. A more compelling narrative is required.
So, we killed the dragon that was actively trying to take vengeance for the death of Ratotskir. And yet, now that he's dead, and therefore none of the dragons who clearly remember what caused this war, now that the ones that actually gave a shit about taking vengeance are dead, you're just going to persist the lie because you are making the argument that dragons won't forget. That's why you should be seeking forgiveness. It's not just about making them forget. Make peace. Fucking idiot.
This is your solution. This is how you protect our people. You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence. With your compelling narrative, you but doom our countrymen to give their lives for a lie.
And they do so gladly. Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve, to fight and die for their country. And what would you say to them? What would you tell the wives who have lost their husbands? The mothers who have lost their sons? That their loved ones died for naught? Over the course of 1,000 years, countless men have donned these robes, and every one of them came to accept the necessity of this solution. Once, I hoped you might come to accept it as well. Do not despair, my son. Soon I shall free us from the sins of antiquity, and bring about the change you so fervently desire. If he has spoken with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him thoroughly.
Your Eminence.
They're all just such sleazy bastards.
You saw something, did you not? A vision of the past?
So this is the power of the Echo. Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past. 'Twas an exercise in futility, as you saw. Faced with the firmity of his conviction and his many ready rejoinders, my words deserted me. To be frank, I am embarrassed to recall it.
A friend once impressed upon me the importance of differentiating between words, deeds, and beliefs. Were he here, I suspect he would judge your father's conviction to be no more than rank self-serving delusion. Even so, I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he intends to bring about.
I have given some thought to that as well. During the battle within the vault, the Heavensward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities.
Aye, the manner in which Sir Zephyrin struck down Lord Horschiffon was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture, holy powers and all.
mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith, instilled with the belief of countless devoted souls. 7 hells!
Yep.
If Lady Iceheart can use her own body as a vessel for summoning, I see no reason why others could not.
Are the Heavensward truly so reckless?
Unbelievable.
As they fled, my father spoke of Aziz La. Though I know not what he intends, I fear no good shall come of it. His ambitions are too great, and his minions too powerful. We must find the Heavensward and stop my father before it is too late.
Mistress Bunn, Master Alphino, I, Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, do hereby entreat the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Our aid in preventing whatever it is that the Archbishop intends? Your aid in bringing him to justice. Too much blood has been spilled for the lies he perpetuated. No more. Life for death. I will have Sir Zephyrin's heart for what he did to Horshathon. Yes. Yes, of course. You two were close, I know. Much has changed since our Order's founding, but our duty to combat the primal threat has not. If the Archbishop and the Heavensward are guilty of the crime of summoning, then After and I will stop them. Would that I could join you in the pursuit, but alas, my father's absence has thrown our government into chaos. Ever since the founding of our nation, there has been an archbishop to serve as a guiding light for the masses. A force for stability to counterbalance the High House's ceaseless maneuvering. Convincing the people to recognize the truth of our origins would have been difficult even with my father's support. The road ahead is that much more fraught with peril without it. Yet walk it we must, for unity is more vital to our survival than ever. After all, Nidhogg's death did not mark the cessation of Dravanian hostilities. Far from it. We will have great need of each other in the days to come. You may ever count on my lance, Sir Aymeric. To my dying breath I shall defend Ishgard from the Horde. If I may, Lord Commander, I would like to assist the Scions in their search for the Archbishop. After, Master Alphino, pray, attend me outside. Very well, with me after. I believe we have much to discuss. You say you want a revolution? I want a revelation. The Solier was eastward bound, so I sent word to Camp Cloudtop on the off chance the airship passed nearby. Sure enough, Lady Laniette informed me that it had been sighted by her scouts. Then the Archbishop is somewhere in the Sea of Clouds? Or was, not long ago. The airship has not been seen since it disappeared into the northern reaches near the Blue Window. Alas, because the region is firmly held by the Vanu Vanu and not easily accessible from Camp Cloudtop, House Halionar has yet to establish a foothold. We will need not only an airship, but a captain bold enough to risk the Beastman's wrath. I think we know the perfect candidate. After, let us pay a visit to Master Garland at the Sky Steel Manufactory. I see. Then I will take my leave for now. There are other matters which require my attention. Am I going to have to go through all of Azizla before we get to Idleshire? I know that Idleshire is the like end game region of the expansion, but I still thought that you got to it before you actually finished the content of the expansion. Ah, the dastardly duo. What mischief have you two been getting up to lately? You haven't heard, have you? I hardly know where to start. He was a good man. Sid, have you ever heard of Azisla? The Archbishop spoke of it before he fled. No, but it's probably some source of phenomenal cosmic power that's key to his plans. From what he told after, the Asians tried to tempt him as they tempted Gaius with the Ultima weapon. Even if he spoke true about playing along, I can see him attempting to seize it. As if we needed another reason to pursue him. Well, I'm convinced. The Enterprise is at your disposal. Come to the airship landing when you're ready to depart. It's just as well. After pulling you out of the fire these last few times, I reckon I was due to deliver you to it. Ding. Oh. Lance Mastery. Oh yeah, I don't have this yet. Because that is a... This is the issue that I have with the job quest item, job quest skills and traits and stuff like that. I'm level 64. I have this. Which is talking about Fang and Claw and Wheeling Thrust. But I don't have Fang and Claw or Wheeling Thrust because those are locked behind job quests. Because they're Heavensward abilities. But then Stormblood doesn't lock them behind. So I've got my Stormblood abilities before I've gotten my Heavensward ones. But that can mean that the traits I'm getting are effectively useless. Because I don't have the thing that they're affecting. That being said, the Heavensward abilities are generally very good. Or at least one of them is generally very good. Into the fire, is it? In that case, I should inform Tatara of our plans. Pray, go on ahead to the airship landing. I shall join you anon. The Athenium. Although actually, before we leave... Yeah, I do. I am gonna need to get me some more ventures soon. Ooh! That might actually be good for my monk. That also potentially could be good for my monk. Thinking about it, I also need to move those guys to Ishgard. because I believe Ishgard has reduced taxes, whereas all of the A Realm Reborn ones are normal. So this means that if I sell something, I'll get more money from the sale, I believe. It might also mean that I have to pay less tax when buying something. Sweet, yeah, that is actually good. For my monk. Hold on. There we go. Where? Oh, there he is. The boys have been hard at work preparing for our flight, and I'm pleased to say we're ready to depart. That is, as soon as a certain... Ah! Pray, forgive me my lateness. Tatara and I had much to discuss. We still have no news of the missing scions, but she assures me that Urianger and Rio are pursuing promising leads. Come, we can continue this discussion aboard the Enterprise. The others are waiting for you aboard the Enterprise after. Shall we get going? Because you've got to remember that...
To the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted.
We haven't really done much in the Sea of Clouds until now.
In search of a mysterious land known as Azizlar, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets.
If I remember rightly, there are 3 regions.
Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came.
Including Sea of Clouds that we have to unlock flight in still. Because there's Azizlar, and then there's the Dravanian... Is it the Dravanian hinterlands? Yeah, because that was the Dravanian Forelands. So this one at the end is Azizlar. That one's the one in the middle is the Dravanian hinterlands. And I still have to do all of the collections and most of the quests to unlock flight in the Sea of Clouds. But as you can see, we aren't in the same location. Which is very, very nice. Because we get to get the other Aetheryte. I do have a quest down there in order to unlock flight, but I can do that in a bit. There's no rush. From here, Camp Cloudtop looks rather far. Be on your guard after. The Vanu could be anywhere, even watching us as we speak. Assuming the Solier is here, I doubt she will come to us. We should begin searching the Isles in earnest. Of course, we must remain vigilant for Vanu scouts as well. I would rather avoid needless bloodshed. And of course, the Vanu Vanu are the last beast tribe that we need to unlock for Heavensward. Because of course they are. It's kind of obvious when you see symbols like this that there's going to be a beast tribe here. Oh yeah, look out. Well, we can't find it. Mayhap this effort was doomed to failure. Begs mercy of Netherlings! Does not fight! Does not wish to die! Was that a Vanu being attacked? But by whom? Over there. Imperial troops? Ishgardians! Seize them! They'll know where the Archbishop is. The enemy of my enemy. We've no choice. With me after. Protect the Vanu. Lord Van Hydrus. Regular Van Hydrus. Okay, so they're from the 6th. Alright, back to the AoEs. Oh, I actually have to protect him now. There we go. I forget, despite having played a decent amount of Dragoon recently to try and level it, but I forget how annoying the AoE is. I don't really know... Like, is that any better? it's like that's similar to the tank AoE, to be honest. That's similar to Warrior in how its combo AoE grants its damage buff. But what's annoying is that they're in straight lines, and the only one that does it just in a radius around you is Dragonfire Dive, which I can only do once every 2 minutes. So you have to be very careful about your enemy placement. Netherlings save Lonuvanu from certain death. Showers Netherlings with thanks like summer squall. Lonuvanu know not what wind bears Netherlings to Cloudsea, but warmly welcomes them. Shows gratitude where gratitude is due. Lonuvanu owes much and more to Netherlings. As saviors, as heroes, Zundu welcome you. To village we go, to north, come, come. So, the Garleans were searching for the Archbishop and believed that the Vanu Vanu knew something of his whereabouts. Methods notwithstanding, they may have had the right of it. I conclude that we should accept Lonu Vanu's offer of hospitality and visit his village. Oh, sweet. Dead nearby. I still need to grind Heavensward fates for the yokai event. I won't lie, I'm kind of hoping, because 7.0, which is Dawn Trail, which is when the yokai event ends, doesn't come out until July. I'm kind of hoping that we can get to Stormblood before then, which, honestly, for getting through Heavensward, base Heavensward, definitely not going to be difficult because we're already at level 57 and it goes up to level 60. It's more the post Heavensward stuff that I think is going to take a while. But I want to try and get to Stormblood before Dawn Trail comes out so that I can try and get the last 2 weapons for the yokai event as well. And those are the... I think they're the Gunblade and some Dancer's Chakrams. Because I think the Heavensward ones are the Stormblood weapons, which is to say that it's a samurai sword, a katana, and a red mage rapier. Like breeze guides leaves to rest. Come and lay down your burdens. Netherlings, Lonu Vanu throws wide arms in greetings. Behold, Oksundu. I must admit, I do love how different the Aetheryte looks here. A far warmer welcome than the one you received from the Zundu. The Vundu, I think. Huh. Vundu bluster and blow hither and yon. Sound and fury, like aimless gale. Eh? What unseen lightning begets such thunderous rapport? There you are. Did you see it? It's that damned flying whale again. The Imperials are after it. Where? The White. He's wounded. Nyom. By the 12. Did the beast just eat that island? Oh, insatiable wight, oh devourer of worlds, why must you torment us? I should really be giving him a deeper voice than I have been. Lonu Vanu wastes no more words on his unfathomable deeds. Come, Netherlings, come and break words with Chief of Zundu. But yeah, the Aetheryte here just looks so different. And I like that the Aetheryte aren't all just cookie cutter looking the same. Like in this expansion, we've seen a ruined Aetheryte because it's been frozen over. And then you get this one as well, which is wearing hats. But then from what I've seen in Stormblood and Shadowbringers, while you might get a different appearance of Aetheryte in each expansion, it'll then be that one type of Aetheryte throughout the entire expansion, at least from what I remember. Whereas like having them unique to the location that they're in, I like more. With wisdom deep as nethers and eyes clear as cloudless blue, Sonu Vanu speaks for Zundu. Hearken to his words. What lovely horns you have. Netherlings deliver Lonu Vanu from claws of steel-shod fiends and prove nobility. He knows not to ignore Zephyr winds and brings before you with all haste soft rains to soothe the heart and sunshine to warm. Gratitude of Sonu, Chief of Zundu, is boundless. We're honored to meet you, Chief Sonu. I am Alphino Levialur, and these are my companions, Afterbun and Sid Garland. We are come in search of an airship, a flying vessel of the Nethers, which we believe is somewhere in the Cloud Sea. Ah, like to black steel-shod contraption from which you saved Lonu Vanu? Alas, no. That ship belongs to the Garlean Empire, an old enemy of ours, though not the enemy we're looking for at present. The men we seek wear armor of purest white, and are led by an older man in white robes. Wait, Lonu Vanu hear tell of these Netherlings. You do? Are you certain? As sun rises and falls and returns, we are. Zundu scouts can testify to words of Lonu Vanu. Aye, aye, winds carry purpose of Netherlings to our ears as well. Netherlings seek key to Azisla. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell us, Chief Sonu, what exactly is this Azisla? Beware, Netherlings, for blackest clouds portend greatest danger. Look not into heart of tempest. There lies ancient birthplace of sin, home of forbidden secrets. To speak more is to call the wind. But the white devours isle where key is kept. Deep within bowels of mighty Bismarck it lies, beyond reach of foolhardy, and beyond ours. Rejoice not in his gluttony, Lonu Vanu, for as stone gives way to water and wind, all yields to the white. This he knows, Chief Sonu. Madness of Vundu bodes ill for all Vanu. So Azizla is home to forbidden secrets, accessible only to the bearer of a key, which the Archbishop covets. Much as I would like to believe it's safe within the belly of Bismarck, the Knights of the Heavensward wield primal powers. If we do not slay the whale and claim the key first, they surely will. Quite how we will go about this is another matter. As was the case in our battle with Leviathan, we are out of our element, and this time we have far fewer allies to call upon. Be that as it may, our customary approach still holds true. We must begin by learning more about the White. Let us each question the residents of the village, then regroup and share our findings anon. If Netherlings seek knowledge of the White, then speak with Kunu Valley, foremost keeper of tales, but neglect not to present self with humility and respect. As sun yields to moon, and moon to sun, Netherlings must greet Kunu Valley with a bow. What do you sell? Is there anything decent? Not quite so much, no. Okay. So where is this Keeper of Tales? Ah, here. So, the Vanu are very fond of being emoted to. And it persists even through their tribal quests. The amount of fucking emotes that I had to do. I look forward to doing them again. Zephyr winds at your back and sunshine to warm your brow, traveller from below. Kunu Valley, keeper of tales, here's your words. And she remembers. In times long ago, in lands elsewhere, before even the clouds see, the White is one among many. Newborn, he swims beside his many brothers in seas of endless water. But hated the White is, for his brothers are purest black. So great is their contempt, their loathing, that they turn upon him and rend his flesh asunder. And so he falls, only to rise again, for merciful gods raise him to the heavens. And there he is reborn. The White still longs for the sea to which he cannot return, but in rebirth a splinter of the divine is shared. And so he opens his maw, from whence come the clouds, and a new sea is born, home to him alone. Content he gazes below and sees others who are as he, hated and shunned and hunted. He weeps, and in his benevolence he raises up isles of earth and guides those people to the cloud sea. Such is the tale of his rebirth and the salvation of the Vanu. May it never be forgotten. But this demon which menaces the cloud sea, his rage is that of the Vundu, his hunger that of a wild beast. The isles are his gift to us, yet now he must consume them? Kunu Valley knows no tales like this. I kind of just had to commit to her voice, but that definitely wouldn't have been the voice that I would go with if I'd known that that was a female. But oh well. I'm not a voice actor. I don't know what I'm doing. Fucking deal with it. So according to the Vanu Vanu, the Sea of Clouds and the Floating Isles were gifts from Bismarck to his people. Gifts which he has taken to eating, yes. Technically within his rights, I suppose, if perhaps a little ungenerous. Gods, eh? But what of you, Alphino? Did you learn aught of value? Alas, no. That is, unless you have an interest in the intricacies of Vanu sky fishing. Sky fishing? My gods, that's it, Alphino, my boy! I could kiss you! From what we've observed, Bismarck is a creature of pure instinct, driven primarily by hunger. When wounded by the Imperials, it fled, but not before devouring another island to restore its strength. What I propose is this. We tow a suitably appetizing island through the Sea of Clouds, in essence, fishing for our flying whale. Once we draw Bismarck out of hiding, we shall use dragon killers to fire grapnels into the beast's hide, and then reel it in close, enabling our resident Icon Slayer to engage it directly. A bold plan, Master Garland, but an exceedingly dangerous one. Should After fail to subdue the creature, she would almost certainly be eaten, along with the rest of your appetizing island. Oh, she won't fail. And if anything does go wrong, I'll be at the helm of the Enterprise, ready to tow her out of trouble. I wouldn't entrust a task like this to anyone else. Nor I. I trust you have no objections to my joining you as well? Not at all. The more the merrier. Right then. It seems the boys and I have a lot of work to do if the Enterprise is to be ready for our fishing trip, while you two need to find me some bait. And not just any island, mind. I want a mouthful at most. Well, you heard Sid. We need an island to bait the hook. By way of a first step, I propose we speak with Chief Sonu. If the Zundu are as concerned by Bismarck's behavior as they have given us to believe, they may well be supportive of our efforts to slay him. And as you can see, I have a few quests to do here. We'll get to those in a moment, because I do still have that one to do as well. But I think that would be all of the... yeah. So if those 3 quests each give me an ether current, we then get one from doing this MSQ, and then I only have the one left to collect, which is apparently to the northeast. Okay. The Tramontane is upon us. The white feasts and the Vundu rejoice in his carnage. Hear me, Chief Sonu. This creature which torments you now is not the deity who raised up the floating isles and made a gift of them to you. He is a perversion of your beliefs given form by the Vundu, a false savior who consumes that which he should rightly safeguard. Yet it need not be this way, Chief Sonu. We have the power to strike down this impostor, but we must beg of you an island to see it done. Moats against the tempest, in vain do they struggle. Yet who is Sonu to speak of what may be? Perhaps even the Tramontane can turn to the Ponent. Very well, Netherlings. When you are ready, tell Zundu scouts what manner of island you require, and they guide you to it. We shall not fail, Chief Sonu. On that you have my word. Come after. Let us see how Sid's preparations are progressing. Netherling's coming is fortuitous as late season rains. Gunu Vanu and Guna Vanu's family face desperate times. His brother verges on failing Zundu's rite of passage. Again. All Vanu Vanu in Ok of Zundu must undergo rite of passage for respect of others in tribe, otherwise no better than nestling. Brother fails trial 7 times, must try for the 8th time soon. 8 times! No Vanu Vanu ever fails trial 8 times. If brother fails again, gales of laughter from others in tribe shame family until day sun in sky no longer burn. Gunavanu sees Netherlings help others like wind which brings seed to bloom, and Gunavanu would ask for her help as well. Rite of passage rules very strict, but Gunavanu has plan. Rules forbid aid from other members of tribe, but say nothing of Netherlings. Help my brother and quell impending storm of derision our family faces. Brother's name is Gunuvanu, and he roosts. Gunavanu know not where. Brother's temperament change faster than breeze in autumn. Ask other Vanu Vanu and seek him out, or Gunuvanu stays nestling forever. Netherlings seek out Gunuvanu. He is skilled at 2 things, finding shade for napping, and running away when chief gives work. Newborn hatchlings work harder than him. Ganu Valley cannot escape unending thunderstorm of buzzing bugs, and desires sleep more than rain during summer drought. Ganu Valley has idea to soothe bugs droning, but delirious from exhaustion. Netherling goes in Ganu Valley's stead. To east lies Gurgle Grass, which devours bugs as Vanu hatchlings feast on Wamara camper meat. Netherling brings Ganu Valley 3, and storm in ears recedes to dull drizzle. Ganu Vanu never where he should be. While other Vanu work, Ganu Vanu soar like griffin in his dreams. Konu Vanu not see him since sunrise. Netherling finds Ganu Vanu easily. Look under every tree in village. Ganu Vanu follows shade as sunset follows sunrise. Say to Ganu Vanu, wake up, and Netherling come to know true meaning of panic. God, I feel so slow. Wake up! Shit. Wake up! You lazy piece of shite. Oh! Ganu Vanu awakes, yes! Yes, he is! Ganu Vanu works hard! A Netherling. No wings, fleshy beak. Not Vanu, certainly. Netherling should not sneak up on Vanu Vanu that slumbers. Claws cut sharper than fierce gale. What? Ganu Vanu's brother sends Netherling to help with rite of passage? Ganu Vanu passes rite and is no longer a nestling? Then shine on Ganu Vanu this day. Worry of failing 8 times weighs heavy on heart. But now, with Netherling's help, Ganu Vanu casts off weight and soars higher than any in Ok Zundu imagines. Not that I actually have to do his quest. I could, but I don't think I have to. I don't. Unlike the oh god. unlike the quests to unlock the Moogles, which are just normal quests and not blue ones, I'm pretty sure the Vanu Vanu has a blue quest. I think. I guess we'll find out. I'm gonna get the Gurgle Grass, then speak with Sid, and then there's a decent chance that I'm gonna have to kill Bismarck in order to get the thingy, or what's it? The ether current from this quest. I feel like I've gone too far for that. Yeah, I must have. Is it around here then? Or is it up there? Yeah, it's right there. Okay. May as well pick it up whilst I'm here, because then that's the last of the collection ones. I think. I wish that collecting all of them gave you a mount speed up. Like, do all the quests, or find all of the ones in the world and get a mount speed up. Do both and you unlock flight. Hold up a second, just got a text from Neff. So apparently Neff's dad was asleep, drunk, because they went out to a pub tonight. And he said, "You know what? I feel sorry for After." I'm sorry, what? With the swords in that. Excuse me? Well, he's still alive, isn't he? What the fuck? Does your dad think I'm in Game of Thrones? That's a new one. Well, it's nice to know that he's thinking of me, I guess. Is the chair streaming? As in, am I not at my desk? No, I'm here. Hello. I just didn't want to deal with the green screen and lights today. Where's this grass I'm supposed to be picking up? Oh, I went straight past it. As in, I died and my spirit lived on in the chair. Ah, maybe. Possibly her dad thinks I'm in Game of Thrones. You haven't a clue. He was definitely having an interesting dream, but you can't remember it. For a second, I thought that he just really pitied you for being with me. Aww. Aww. To be fair, Neff's dad does quite often pity me somewhat. Because I moved up here to be with Neff. And so I don't really have anyone outside of her family in the area, which isn't an issue for me because it would have been much the same no matter where I was. But I know that both her mum and her dad worry about that sometimes. But it's fine because I am an antisocial gamer boy. One day you will have a tingles for like a week, maybe more. This is true. At some point, Neff and I will come and visit you. To be fair, we've still not actually organized going away. And we were planning on going away in September. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that still. Our Ishgardian friends have furnished us with dragon killers and ammunition, and I've taken the liberty of procuring a Magitech field generator as well. Rest assured, we've chains to spare. Every link forged by the manufacturer's master craftsmen. If you've any lingering doubts as to their strength, know that they were originally intended to bind dragons, and were not found wanting. It pleases me to inform you that the Vanu Vanu have agreed to furnish us with an island of our choosing. Then all that remains is to confirm the readiness of the poor buggers who'll actually be doing the fighting. After, let Wedge know when your party is assembled. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't like this plan. I don't like it one little bit. I can't help being excited all the same. So tell me after, are you ready to hunt the white whale? After you then, after. All aboard! Now, I could queue into this and try and get some experience. Or we could do it unsynced and get through it nice and quickly. Moby Dick, come on. Where the fuck are his eyes? Does he have eyes? Now, this trial is a bit different. Honestly, this is a very Monster Hunter trial. Because we have the Dragon Killers, which is already very Monster Hunter. And also, yeah, Bismarck does that. And you may notice on the right side of the screen that we have island integrity as well as Bismarck's vitality. Because this is more like one of those siege missions in Monster Hunter, because I cannot attack Bismarck unless certain criteria are met. I fucked it. Damn it, okay. You need to fire both of the Dragon Killers. It's actually easier when you have more people. But I just fucked that up because I was distracted and talking. Whoopsie. Running, running, running. Fire! Okay. So now that pulls him nice and close so we can get on top of him, and only whilst we are on top of him can we damage him. We also take consistent damage over time whilst we're on his back. Cool. Now I need to do that at least one more time in order to kill him. These guys are annoying because they get damage resistance when they're close to each other. And unfortunately, I don't have Afflatus Misery because I don't have access to the gauge that's needed for it. I forget, is it just that their health needs to be close to each other? Can I sleep them? Can I sleep them and separate them that way? No. I might not have the DPS needed. Yeah, man. I feel like Bismarck is about to attack us. The good news is that once I take down one of these, the other one is going to be much, much easier to kill. Or that could happen. Bismarck, angry. Okay, so that's an enrage. Yeah, without having a size and Afflatus Misery, I don't think I actually have enough DPS to do this. So I will have to queue in for this. Alright. In which case, we're going to do it as the lowest level healer that I can do it for the sake of queuing in quickly, because I don't have anything else that can really queue into it for a quick queue time. There we go. Yeah, this is an 8-person trial, and it really doesn't need to be. These guys should all be happy to have me in their party, because they will be getting a second chance for Wondrous Tales, because this is the first time that I've done this. Just as easy as that. And now we all get on and attack the fuck out of it, except the bard didn't get the memo that you can only damage it when you're on his back. There he is. There we go. Okay, I think we broke it just in time. Or did we? Yeah, no, we did. We did. Oh god, they're not keeping him separate. One of the tanks needs to aggro. Okay, I got a... No, I didn't get a crit Adler. We're just gonna try and kill one of them. Oh god. Ugh. Just break the chain. That's all you need to do. That's as far away. There we go. Okay, now we just need to beat the shit out of this one. Fair bit easier when you have enough people to separate them. I believe there's another wave of ads. Yep. Should get to use the dragon killers again in a second. There we go. Fire. And now we're attacking his life points directly. So if we kill the Corona, we kill him. So this is generally where you want to put in the most DPS possible, because otherwise you have to do an entire cycle of that again. But there we go, that's Bismarck. It's interesting in that it's so different to all of the other trials. But it's really annoying because no matter what you do, this trial will take at least 6 minutes. because it isn't about how much damage you can do. It just isn't. Oh, I got a few commendations for that. Nice. That looks like something out of Tears of the Kingdom. Are we going into Bismarck's memories? Oh no, we're getting another crystal. Air? Yeah. Heidelin! We can hear you again! We're only getting every, like, other word. Yoink.
So falls the Lord of Mists, as did all others before him. How many times does this make, warrior of light? Ah, how much you have grown. Far beyond the limits of mere mortal.
She has what we seek.
That she does. The key to Azizla and the secrets of Alag.
Oh god.
I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
My thanks to you, Asian. And to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck. Now that the key is within our grasp, the path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare.
Swear that's a Pokemon. Okay, actually, this is very Xenoblade. But they're doing the classic villain thing. They have me restrained.
By our deeds shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted, and man reclaim the reins of history.
They have me in a state where I can't do anything. And they're just letting me go. say hello to one of the most annoying areas to navigate without flight. Forgive me, After. Had I known what was happening, mayhap I could have done something to stop them. Alas, Wedge and I were still sealed within the engine room and heard naught of the struggle until it was over. And now, for all our effort, the Archbishop holds the very thing we sought to keep from him. But all is not lost, for we yet live, and we know their destination. Let us give chase and bring an end to their machinations. Though we failed to secure the key, we must not forget that we succeeded in ridding the realm of another primal, and prevented the Vanu's lands from being consumed in so doing. The Zundu, at least, shall be glad of our deeds this day. Let us go and inform Chief Sonu of our victory. Sid and the others will need a moment to tend to the Enterprise besides.
Wait, something is amiss.
Fucking Garleans.
Imperial troops. And they have already secured the area.
Reveal yourselves at once!
Interesting helmet.
And there I was, expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
I thought Ishgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken. Just as Wire observed, the Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
The Warrior of Light? She who bested Van Baelsar?
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azizlar as well. Hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn. You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last. Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world. Tis my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the icons to heel. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
No, don't! They are not his thralls!
Did?
Where did that come from?
Take cover!
Lucia? Wait, did they get the massive... Oh, no. No, they didn't. How the fuck?
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
Somehow, we didn't see that.
We shall meet again, warrior of light. On that you have my word.
So Garlemald too has designs on Azizla. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would stand less than 20 paces from the Emperor of Garlemald, Varys Vos Galvus in the flesh. I assume the commander that accompanied him must be the legatus of whom the centurion spoke. Forgive me, this is neither time nor place for such idle speculation. Pray, return to the Enterprise at once. It occurs to me that our friends may have run afoul of Imperial forces as well. I have yet to apprise Chief Sonu of all that has occurred, but once I have, we will rejoin you at the airship. Okay, so let's go and turn in this quest, and then I just need to do the one... Yeah, I just need to do the one that we haven't grabbed on the other side. Sleepless nights make Ganu Valley's mind maelstrom of fog. Does Netherling bring plants Ganu Valley seeks? Netherling brings rest at last. Ganu Valley's troubles become sustenance for Gurglegrass, and big wheel of nature turns without hindrance. Sweet, so let's unlock flight here. Because God knows I could use it. Oh, hey. How many of those must I murder? 2. Okay. Nice. I should have done that on one of my other classes. Fuck. Oh well. What level is this quest? 50? It's barely any experience. But give me it. Excuse me, After. A moment of your time, if I may. I recently received a special request for assistance with zoological research, but I'm at a loss as to how to fulfill it. Are you familiar with Gala cats? They bear a striking resemblance to kittens, but with wings. An acquaintance of mine is writing an article on their physiology and requires a sample of their wings for her work. Their sweet appearance belies a rather nasty temperament, and if it was simply a matter of slaying them, I would handle it myself. The problem, however, is that taking a proper sample requires a delicate touch, a certain finesse that is beyond the capabilities of my men and myself. Because they are so fragile, you may not obtain a proper sample from the first you fell, but I have no doubt a woman of your talents can procure a wing of immaculate quality. I realise this is a rather personal request, but I would be forever in your debt. That's right. I need to kill flying kittens. And how am I going to do it? By blowing them up and shooting them. That's how I'm going to get a wing of immaculate quality. Oh, there we go, we got one. Of course, it was from the one that we were doing rapid fire on. How fares your search? I realise obtaining an undamaged Galacat wing is no easy feat. My, what an extraordinary find! I am pleased to see your persistence has paid off. With this, we can resume her work on Cloudkin. Ah, how forgetful of me not to mention it sooner. This sample is meant for Eteluine, the renowned naturalist. She's hard at work on a new article for New Eorzean Geographic, and requested a sample be delivered with the utmost haste. You can be sure she will hear it was the incomparable Afterbun who made possible her latest work on Cloudkin. I don't give a shit. I can fly! Give me all of the experience for finding all of the things here, even though it's fucking nothing. Even with flight, this map is so fucking huge. Like the Vanu quests can be so annoying purely for the fact that you could have to go all the way over to this side of the map and you start from over here no matter what you do. Looks like Sid's okay. Thank the 12 you're alive after. When that battleship appeared and fired on the village, we feared the game was up for you and Alphino. What in the 7Ls happened out there? First the Archbishop turns up with an Ascian in tow, and now the goddamned Emperor pays us a visit? What is this, a procession of notable bastards? Who's next, the Keeper of the 7th bloody Gate? No one so notable, Master Garland. I'm happy to report that the Zundu were overjoyed to learn of Bismarck's demise. Where the fuck did you get a Magitech Reaper from? Chief Sonu sends his warmest regards after. There was much talk of westerly winds. Miraculously, none suffered lasting harm during the raid. It would seem the Zundu were taken entirely unawares. and wisely chose to offer no resistance. I sense that they have no more to fear from the Empire, for the present at least. Had the Emperor truly been intent on their extermination, Oxzundu would already have been leveled. Plainly, Varus is only interested in reaching Azizlar. Speaking of which, if you're all ready to continue the chase, the Enterprise is as well. Shall we? And we get a wind-up Cid for our efforts. Lest you wonder, Wedge was able to calculate the heading indicated by the beam of light emitted by the key. If Azizlar lies in that direction, we'll find it. The Solier may have a lead on us, but she's no Enterprise. We'll catch him, you'll see.
I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitech armor again. Least of all under these circumstances.
Is that because you're a Garlean? The hair and the circlet are kind of a giveaway. Oh my god!
My full name is Lucia Go Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald.
Ah, that explains it. When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Livia? Livia Sus Junius? The tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar?
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home on the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy.
Then, Ishgard was...
my mission. It was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate. Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emmerich. 'Twas his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it. In time, I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emmerich, he was good enough to accept me into his service.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich. 'Tis your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
I have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Well, I, for one, am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Chief, we should be getting close.
Once we break through those clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing. Right where Azizlar should be.
Hold on, everyone!
think that's it?
What else do you think it is?
Chief, is that Allagan? Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
What was that?
Some sort of barrier.
She won't hold, Chief! She's breaking up!
I've lost the auxiliary propeller!
Sid, it's no use! We must return to Ishgard and find another way!
God damn it all! Why do the Allagans always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
Right, okay. We'd barely finished repairing the damage incurred during our sky fishing trip. On the other hand, any landing you can walk away from, as they say. I can only presume the Sully had passed through the barrier unscathed. That would certainly explain why the Vanu called it a key. Assuming Sid is correct, and I have no reason to think that he's not, the Vanu's key is required to pass through the barrier protecting Azizlar. But even without it, we must find a way to reach the a way to reach the Isle. I shall have everyone convene at the seat of the Lord Commander, that we might discuss how best to proceed. As before, make yourself known to the guardsman when you arrive, and he'll show you in. And yep. Well, those were a bit useless. Oh well. Okay. Take me. I don't think we're far off from going to the Dravanian hinterlands. Ah, you are returned. Saemric and the others await you within.
In summary, the Isle owes its lofty position to the industry of the Allagans. And we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top.
I see.
If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate. As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare.
Master Garland, based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier?
Well,
In the past, we've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters. But the one we're up against this time dwarfs aught we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals.
So what about the
I'm
giant
reminded of
airship?
The quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing 2 galleons together to form a twin vessel, scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it.
How?
We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Would that the Archons were still with us.
But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Tataru in unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn.
Fit for a realm reborn. Tataru. Who the fuck did you find? Welcome back, After. How goes the mission? Did you manage to catch up with the Archbishop and his cronies? So you finally arrived at Azisla, only to find your way barred by some sort of barrier. Typical. But it's not all bad news. I've made progress in the search of our friends. Don't worry, After. We'll get to Azisla yet. When you fled the Victory Feast, you used the ancient watercourse beneath the city, right? Well, shortly after things went back to normal in Uldar, I asked Marshal Tarapin to have the tunnels searched. A logical place to look. It was there that you lost contact with Minfilia, Thancred and Y'shtola, was it not? Dare I ask what the Marshal found? I don't actually know. Pippin's message just said that there had been a discovery, and that we were to come to the Hall of Flames at our earliest convenience. I dare not think what it might be. We should depart at once. Tataru, let Urianger know to join us in Uldar. He'll wish to be present as well. Yes, sir! Ah, yes. The rare golden cock of Uldar. Today shall be a lucky day. We are grateful for your assistance, Marshal Tarapin. You saved Her Grace and Father both. 'Tis the least I can do to repay you. Forgive me my impatience, Marshal, but your missive mentioned a discovery? Yes, of course. As per your request, I had my men scour the waterways. Almost immediately, we encountered a difficulty. An entire section of the tunnel had collapsed. With the Mineral Concern's cooperation, however, we were able to remove the rubble, which yielded the battered body of a dozen Crystal Braves. Go on. Be at ease, Master Alphino. Your friends were not among the deceased. That alone is cause for hope. And then there's this. Yshtola's wand! I had assumed as much. If I may, Marshal. "'Tis as I did surmise, judging by the etheric imprint that lingereth yet upon this wand. It hath assuredly been employed in the casting of a most uncommon magic. Namely, the very first that man did conceive to traverse great distances, and the ancient precursor to all methods of travel that utilize the life stream. Flow. The spell entaileth the reduction of the corporeal form into its constituent ether, that the caster might enter the life stream and ride its currents thereby. Unlike the teleportation magics of modern times, it requireth not a lengthy incantation. That Y'shtola should choose to employ such a spell bespeaketh the need for haste. All of which would suggest she managed to escape. Would that it were so simple. Know that the scholars of Sharlayan forbade the use of this spell, and with good reason. The caster hath but limited control over his course. For every mage who came safe unto his destination, another would be set adrift in the life stream, ne'er to emerge." "What? No! No, you can't mean—" "Be not downcast, my friends, for there is yet hope. 'Tis like that Y'shtola's passage hath left traces in the life stream. Could we but follow these with the point at which the magic was invoked, we may yet find her." So the Sildi excavation site there. So the Sildi excavation site then. Our thanks for your aid, Marshal. Do not mention it. I shall pray for Lady Y'shtola's safe return. I should be able to teleport to Central Than. And then I can fly! I can fly! Oh, yes! Evidence of Y'shtola's passage will have been made faint by time, but mayhap some few scant traces yet remain to guide our steps. The trail leadeth to the north and east, unto the bosom of the Twelveswood. Are you certain? Aye, there is no mistake. Hither hath Y'shtola journeyed. And yet the Gridanians have reported no sightings. We must take this to mean she is still adrift. If it be so, I do fear for our friend. Contrary to its name, the life stream is more akin to a raging torrent. Linger overlong in the midst of its maelstrom, and the ether that formeth one's soul shall surely be scattered, ne'er to be reformed. Hey, Symphonic, how you doing? We've no time to waste, Urianger. Pray, explore all possible options for reversing the effects of this forbidden magic. After, Tataru, we three shall press on to Gridania and petition the Elder Seedseer's aid. Yep, you have indeed come at the perfect time for more dramatic readings. Also, you get to see me play as classes other than the Heavensward ones, because we are no longer the appropriate level to continue the Heavensward story as those classes, unfortunately. I need to level up a bit off stream. It is said that the elementals perceive the life stream. If, as we suspect, Y'shtola is still adrift in its mists, they may be able to find her. But if we are to appeal to them for assistance, we must needs do so through their chosen, the Pajal. It is imperative, therefore, that we speak with Khan-e Senna without delay. You wish that you had an English accent, specifically Queen's English. Yeah, I come from what's called the home counties, which is exactly where Queen's English comes from, or BBC English. I've already requested an audience with the Elder Seedseer. She will receive us in the Lotus Stand presently. We need but speak with the conjurer yonder to be admitted. Let me the fuck in. Of course, despite being from the home counties and having the Queen's English and yada yada yada, blah 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 blah, I am a filthy-mouthed motherfucker that has gone all over the place in the country since. So I'm from the home counties, but I studied in Nottingham, where I worked with a Scottish lass who had quite an effect on me in changing some of my mannerisms and language. So every so often I will say things like we, and I have a proclivity towards saying lass or lad. And canny. Naughtyham, yeah. Yeah, being there as a student, I can confirm. And then my family moved to the East Midlands, which has its own kind of thing going on, like Birmingham, Brummy accents. And then I met my partner Neff, who is from Yorkshire. And now we live in Yorkshire, which is also where my mum is originally from. My mum was originally from Leeds, but met my dad, who's from East London, when they were living and working and studying in London. Although actually, no, just working in London, because my dad studied at the University of Birmingham. So yeah, I am a bit of a weird hodgepodge of things. My mum tried very hard to get me and my brother to use the northern style of words like bath and path, but instead I got the southerner bath and path, and glass instead of glass. But the longer that I spend in Yorkshire, perhaps the longer the more likely it is that I will change to those things. I have been developing... I worked in Sheffield for a few years after we moved. And to be fair, when I worked there, I was working with a very varied selection of people because I worked at a call center. So there was a lot of like Arabic and Indian people, as well as actually there was also quite a few Nigerians, but there was also quite a few people from like around the area, some of whom had very thick accents. So yeah, I've been exposed to many an accent. I'm also quite Americanized in my speech, so it's a bit weird. I'm a bit of a cunt, really. I'm glad that you like my voice, though. God knows that Neff does. Be welcome, my friends, and speak freely. I gather your suit will admit no delay. It will not, my lady. Pray, forgive the abrupt nature of our request, but it is a matter of life and death. I see. As you say, we must needs act swiftly if we are to free Y'shtola from the ungentle pull of the life stream. And as you have surmised, we cannot do this unaided. However...
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental.
That being?
In perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him. Being formed of pure ether, however, such concepts are foreign to the Elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The Elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we seers can commune with them through feelings, naught that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with ether which is akin to hers. If you could but find a family member.
Oh! I know just the person! Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Dravania. She told me about her once.
Oh, that is most fortunate indeed. Pray, seek this sister out then, and bring her to Evershade. There, we shall petition the Great One's aid in finding your lost companion.
If memory serves, Y'shtola's sister is named Ymitra. Oh, you know her, do you? Well then, that ought to make things easier. Anyway, she spends most of her time around Apkalu Falls, from what I recall. Let's look for her there. Yeah, because she's the summoner job quest person, right? I think. She is indeed. To be fair, whilst I'm here, do I have anything else that I might need to buy from you? I don't think I do. I have everything, which means that I no longer have any need to ever speak with you again, because your inventory never gets updated. Despite the fact that I can continue to own, continue to earn achievement things. Hiya. Greetings, After. What brings you here today? I see that you have companions. Lady Imitra, it is an honor to meet you. My name is Alphino Levialor, and this is Tutaru Taru. So, you are my sister's comrades in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. When I heard that your people were being pursued, I desperately sought to reach Stola, but all mine efforts were to no avail. Now I know why. A forbidden spell of all things, that she should be so reckless. But what's done is done. I thank you for bringing word to me. Needless to say, I should be glad to help. Though we were born of different mothers, our veins course with the same father's blood. I hope that this will be enough for the elementals. Come, let us make for Evershade at once. Well, that was easy. Oh, sweet, and it'll just teleport me here. Nice. Cut your fucking bangs, please.
Let us begin. Raya O, Arun, if you would.
You know, I'm a white mage. I could help with this.
Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
Please, Y'shtola. Please come back to us.
There. Now!
Ah, shit, she's naked. That's not live stream light. That's just censorship. That's right. Swaddle her up like a baby. Legitimately. She looks so peaceful. Cat burrito, yes! Dear God, that shows how short she is.
Pray, bear her thither at once.
Like it's ankle high on any other race. But Tataru is like knee high in it.
All that remains is to pray, my friends.
To be fair, it's nearly coming over Arun's boots. What about Thancred, then? Oh, Stola! Just seeing her face again, it's so worried. Ystola's resting within an inn room. Though she's still unconscious, the signs are positive. The conjurers say she's in sound health and should awaken before long. Isn't that wonderful? Now, while we wait for Y'shtola to wake up, I thought I'd take the opportunity to finish my little surprise for her. It's something I've been working on for a while now, in the hope that she'd one day return to us. It wants for just a couple more items before it's ready. I've already placed orders for these items. Could I ask you to retrieve them for me? One is with the Leatherworkers Guild, and another is with the Conjurers Guild. Speak with Mistress Giva and Brother E. Sumiyan, and they ought to take care of you. I shouldn't have done that as a summoner, but oh, it's fine. Yeah, your shoes getting waterlogged is one of the worst things, especially if it's like a Wellington boot. Because then it creates suction that makes it incredibly difficult to get the boot off, as well as the fact that you're just kind of sloshing about with water in your boots. Hiya! Well, if it isn't after, looking for some hides to town, mayhap? Huh? Here to retrieve an order for Mistress Tataru, you say? You come at a good time. I finished it but moments ago. It was no small coup working it to her specifications, but I did it nonetheless. Payment has already been settled. However did that girl come by chimerical hide anyway? You need either balls of steel or a bottomless coin purse, and it seems to me she had neither. But she has me. And I've killed 10 chimeras, at least, by this point. Legitimately, because I've had to do all 10 A Realm Reborn relics. We are so close. Like, I just need to finish the book for the last book for the Scholar one, and then it's mainly just light farming and doing getting the Alexandrite for the Sphere Scroll stage. Then I'm going to start working on the bow. Hopefully, as much as I despise the fact that I'm going to have to do 4 more book stages, hopefully I can finish all of the A Realm Reborn relics before we get stuck in with like the anima relics, because the anima relics, aside from just being a massive Tombstone of Poetic sink, shouldn't be that bad, because there is no stage that is similar to the books. You have to do some specific dungeons in a specific order. You have to do a fair bit of light grinding. And you have to do a similar thing to the Alexandrite. But all in all, they're not as bad. Especially if you've been preparing already. It's like, fair enough, we are nowhere near ready to actually start any of the anima relics. But I do have enough that if I was to just spend some of my company seals, which I have enough almost to get all the other bits that we would need, we could do one anima relic, at least the first couple of stages. All A Realm Reborn relics. Yeah, we're getting there. I've done 5 already. So we've done Paladin, Black Mage, Warrior, White Mage, and Ninja. I am on the last book, which I've already done the Fates for, which is the most awkward thing, for the Scholar one. So then it's going to be the Sphere Scroll, which I just need the Alexandrite for, but I'm probably not going to need many materia, hopefully. I already have all of the items that I need for the Zodiac stage. Light grinding isn't going to be that difficult because I've leveled all of these classes except for Dragoon up to 71. So they get the 300% Epic Echo buff. So I can quite easily run through, depending on the class, Tamtara, Deepcroft, or Aurum Vale. To be honest, because I don't have the Heavensward job quest abilities, it's probably going to be a matter of running through them, running through Tamtara, Deepcroft. Because it's things like a size, Afflatus Misery, for the White Mage, or the... I don't think it's Heavensward, I think it's actually Shadowbringers, but like the ninja, high-level ninja ones, ninjutsus. When do you get those? Yeah, so those are Shadowbringers. So if I continue to level up my ninja, once we get Hyoshu Ranryo, that is ridiculously good at killing bosses really quickly. Like, you can one-shot coin counter in Aurum Vale with a single use of that. But yeah, I both love and hate that we are getting there. What class was I going to do? I was going to do Dragoon. But yeah, we're not doing too terribly. We'll have six relics before you know it. I need to get started on the 7th. My issue is that if I get into the anima relic grind whilst I'm still doing A Realm Reborn relics, like, it's gonna be painful going through Lancer, Monk, and Summoner. If I'm also doing anima relics where I need to do 13 relics, because there's also all of the Heavensward classes in Machinist, Dark Knight, and Astrologian. Ugh. Greetings, After. I trust you've been well? Is there aught you require of me? Ah, yes, Mistress Tataru's order. As requested, it has been sanctified in the sight of the elementals. I know not what she intends for the staff, but it is a most singular artifact. Even one possessed of my experience would struggle to wield it. How about a level 80 white mage? Could I wield it? Because annoyingly, despite being level 80, I don't have access to my most damaging ability because it requires the Lily gauge, which I can't access because I haven't unlocked the Lily gauge, because that is locked behind a fucking job quest in Heavensward. As soon as I unlock that, White Mage gets a shit ton of DPS. Athletus Misery is a quite powerful AoE that doesn't cost any mana. It just requires that you've been in combat long enough to get enough free heals through Athletus Rapture, and there's another one that's a single heal that nourishes the Blood Lily. Once you've nourished the Blood Lily enough, you can use this. Wait, hold on. Wrong class. Wrong class. Ah, you're back. You have the items, I hope. Ooh, it's precisely as I requested. A perfect match for the other pieces. Truly, Giver is a master among masters, and the staff completes the surprise. Thank you so much, After. I can't wait to see what Stola thinks of the surprise. Lest you wonder, she's doing very well, and the conjurers have left her in her sister's care. Let's go and pay them a visit, shall we?
Stola! I'm so glad you're back!
Tataru. You are safe. Thank the 12. Something has changed about you, Alphino. Or mayhap the change is with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk?
Worry not. I am well enough.
Tell us then, what befell you after you fled the feast? We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse.
That was my doing. I brought the tunnel down that you and Minfidia might escape. At the last moment, I invoked a teleportation magic, in hopes of spiriting Thancred away at least. Needless to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I found myself adrift in the life stream. The others? Where are they? Did they not escape?
They remain unaccounted for. You were the only one we have been able to find. I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued you that day. My hubris that led to our undoing.
No apologies are necessary, Alpha No. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that were our comrades here, they would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive.
Don't worry. The others are alive and well, I'm sure of it. We just need to find them.
Indeed, Tataru. Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions.
Ha! There is the Alpha No I remember. And I feel much the better for his return. 'Tis time I arose.
That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you. I don't like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we were in Ishgard, you see.
I won't lie. I thought that this whole thing with Y'shtola was in Stormblood or in post Heavensward. I forgot that it's actually a major plot point in Heavensward. Kicking us out because obviously Alphino's a boy and they don't know what we are. We are the Warrior of Light. We are all genders and no gender. All races, but no race. Okay, it's her modish attire. Right. I was getting confused with the other dress. Although, to be fair, I think the other dress is actually Shadowbringers. I do like that staff, though.
Tataru has apprised me of all that took place in the aftermath of the assassination plot. It would seem I have been away for some while.
Yes, much and more happened during your absence. At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azisla.
And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier?
We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one?
A means to prise open a hole in an Alagarn barrier. And one large enough to admit an airship, no less. Nay, I lack the knowledge to devise such a weapon. But I know of one who could. A leading figure in the field of etheric research, and one of the finest scholars ever to grace Sharlayan. Matoya, my former master.
Oh, fuck. I remember her. But that does mean that we're going to be going to Idleshire soon. In my youth, I had the honor of studying under Matoya. In the field of etheric research, she was without rival. I have no doubt that her knowledge will be of aid to our cause. The question is, will she share it with us? My master has ever been willful. The gods forbid anyone disagrees with her. When the Garlean Empire first marched upon Eorzea some 15 years ago, the denizens of Sharlayan were summoned back to the motherland. However, Matoya refused to join the exodus. To this day, she lives a hermit's life, on the fringes of the abandoned city. So, it is to the Dravanian hinterlands that we must go, to the place of my birth. Though Elise and I were born in Sharlayan, our days there were short. We remained only until the Exodus, and I have not returned there. Though Elise and I were born in Sharlayan, our days there were short. We remained only until the Exodus, and I have not returned since. Wait. Sharlayan is in the Dravanian hinterlands. I suppose that then there's old Sharlayan, which is the actual like country the Sharlayans come from. Oh, so it's to be a homecoming then. As fine a reason as any to go to Sharlayan, and it would afford us the opportunity to pay my master a visit. I believe you've mistaken our primary objective, Y'shtola. At any rate, the journey will take us through largely unknown territory. Let us first return to Ishgard and make our preparations. Time for a break from kicking the Institute's arse. Ah. I see that you've still been enjoying Fallout 4 then. Sharlayan is situated in the Dravanian hinterlands. To get there, we must strike west and traverse the breadth of the Dravanian forelands. Make no mistake, it will be a grueling journey. The party shall be comprised of After, Y'shtola, and myself. Tataru, pray remain in Ishgard and continue the search for our missing friends. Yes, sir! First, let us make for Tailfeather. It's rather fun. You just got to build something at the minute to hijack the Institute signal. Oh, you're near the end then. I remember doing that to get into the Institute. A long soak in the lifestream followed by a long journey. I would not recommend it to anyone. But rest assured, my strength is returning to me. I shall be back to my former self ere long. I believe I am sufficiently rested. Let us continue west to Sharlayan. Once we descend the mountain path, we will arrive at the Dravanian hinterlands. From there, 'tis but a short distance to the city. Be warned that we shall be passing through Nath territory. We must needs be wary of them and the dragons both. Yes, but remember, as soon as I complete this quest, I can accept a new set of quests from the Vath. Ah. And what do I have to do to unlock the Banu Banu? Oh, we could unlock the Banu Banu right now. Apparently. The only thing it requires is that you've completed a difference of So I'll do that before we end for today, because then that gives me something else to do. Can you remember who you got to help to build the device? No. I know from recently watching someone, I know that the railroad can help you. I think.
To the Thaliak River, where to the melted snows of Abelathia's spine eventually find their way by means of 1,000 silver streams. Whose waters have long nourished the Dravanian hinterlands, and so provided for a settlement of learned souls from across the northern seas.
Right, okay, so that's the remnants of Sharlayan.
To the city of Sharlayan, that great seat of knowledge now abandoned by her keepers, they came.
That looks like it was longer than 15 years ago that it was abandoned, though. Like, that looks like it's been at least 30 years. It's optional that you can ask the Railroad, Minutemen, or Brotherhood of Steel. I probably went with the Minutemen then. Because that was the faction that I think I sided with on my playthrough. I mean, I don't know. You'd be the one that would be able to tell me, Thrill. You've watched those streams more recently than me. Matoya dwells on the far side of the Thaliak River. Let us search for a crossing. You're watching the playthrough now. Nice. And you're with the Brotherhood of Steel. Fair. I will replay Fallout 4 at some point. I kind of need to. Okay, so we're in a new region, which means... well, the first thing that it means is slow as fuck mount speed. Okay, so my goal is we're gonna get to Idleshire. And then we're gonna circle back and we're going to get the Vanu to love us, and we're gonna do the Vath, the Vath reputation quest. That's my plan, because I need to finish up, because I did not realize what time it was. Time flies when you're having fun. Saving your comrades from, you know, being basically dead. I do find it odd that there wasn't a goblin beast tribe in Idleshire or in this region. I feel like they set it up that it was potentially going to be a thing, but then they just didn't actually do it. Because there's a lot of goblins in this area, and there's a major storyline that involves goblins. But no goblin-specific tribal quests. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any beast tribes for goblins. from what I know of the tribes that are getting added to Dawn Trail, there's not a plan. I don't think there's goblins amongst those. I know there's Mamulja. Oh, cool. We're literally going straight to Idleshire. Nice. Nice. So, we can't really see it because I don't have the full map. But this area, the hinterlands, is legitimately split in half in what I can access because the bridge is broken. That bridge that you can see behind us. So the only way to get to the other side of the map is by going through this area, which is Idleshire, which is effectively the end game location for Heavensward, kind of like Mordona is for A Realm Reborn. Knowledge seeks no man. So says the motto of Sharlayan engraved upon yonder stone. The meaning is simple. It falls to us to seek enlightenment. During the 6th Astral Era, at the turn of the 13th century, men from the northern nation of Sharlayan journeyed across the seas to Eorzea in search of knowledge. Upon arriving at these shores, they established a camp for their scholarly endeavours. Over time, this camp grew into a settlement, and the settlement prospered, and so much so that it came to be counted amongst Eorzea's great city-states. Alas, those glory days are now but a faded memory. With her keepers lost to her, Sharlayan has become an empty husk of her former self. Sure, Uplander is mistaken. Sharlayan has new keepers, is on cusp of new age of glory. Goblins? Here to plunder the city? Uplander is mistaken muchly. We are not thieves. This place is our home. Your home? When last I looked, it was mine and Alphino's. We were born here. When Uplanders abandoned city, Uplanders gave up claim. Born here or no, Uplanders are trespassers. My friends, please, we did not come here to dispute your claim to this land. Our purpose here is peaceful. We desire but to cross the river. Be calm, I beg you, and let us speak like the civilized folk that we are. Surely we can come to a mutual understanding? If that is truth, then Uplanders are welcome here. Come with Slowfix. Slowfix will show Uplander's settlement. Once again, I find it odd that there is no Goblin Beast tribe. Okay, we'll hand in this quest, and then we need to swing by the Vath and the Vanu Vanu, and then that's where we will end it for today. Shock. Here's Heart of Settlement, name of Idleshire. What we got here? Guests? Greetings to you. I am Alphino Levialur, and may I introduce my companions, Afterbun and Y'shtola. We have journeyed far in the search of a friend, and seek to cross the river. But finding the main bridge collapsed, you went looking for a detour, and ended up stumbling into Slowfix and his crew, is that right? That is the short of it, aye. This place, Idleshire. I came expecting a ghost town. Suffice it to say, I am surprised to find it so alive. Well, with all them precious artifacts lying about, 'twas only a matter of time before treasure hunters like me moved in. But we weren't the first to arrive, neither. By then, Slowfix and his gobby friends were already settled. At first, gobbies and hunters disliked each other. But understanding came when then friendship. Now gobbies and hunters have joined hands to build a great new nation. So that is what happened after we Sharlians departed. Oh, so you're locals. No hard feelings, I hope. All these nice buildings, but no one to live in them. Felt like a waste, you know? We've been trying to put the place to rights, and things have been going well for the most part, but ain't all smooth sailing. Not to sound ungrateful, but the traps you people left lying about are a bloody nuisance. And there's the Illuminati harrying us day and night. Slowfix has bright idea. Uplanders desire mutual understanding, yes? Best way to understanding is helping one another. Help citizens of Idleshire, and Uplanders can be citizens too. Citizens are free to cross river. Well, I'm not aware of a quicker way to reach our destination. Let us assist Slowfix and his people. So that's Gladiator. I could get a weapon for my Dark Knight, which sounds pretty good, even though I'm not a high enough level to actually use it yet. But that's fine. Okay, so once again we have a different looking Aetheryte. This one's all angular. I like it. Unctuous Adventurer, what's your thing? Oh! I could get Wondrous Tales right now. Gimme. Bun. Afterbun! Gods, it's really you! I've heard the songs and tales, but to think the day would come that I'd meet you in the flesh. Whatever have I done to deserve such an honor? Drat, of all the days to forget to polish my armor, she must think I'm a total bumpkin. Wait, dare I ask? No, I daren't. To impose on such a hero. Oh, but what's the harm in trying? Yes, I must try. You see, I'm in sort of a bit of a bind. A pickle, if you will. You see, I've just got taken on a task of sorts. A task far, far beyond the abilities of a two-gill greenhorn like myself. But you, yes, a realm-renowned hero like you could tackle this monumental task in your sleep. Blindfolded, and with both arms and legs tied behind your back. So you'll do it for me, yeah? Wonderful. Just head over to Rowena's and tell Chloe Poe you're there to help. Did I say Chloe Poe? I meant Chloe Alia Poe. That isn't my silly little nickname for her, and I certainly haven't been frequenting her shop every day for the past 2 moons. That her ever so cute little smile might brighten my dark and dreary days. But I've blabbered on enough, haven't I? Ta-ta! You've never gotten 3 lines. I have only ever gotten 3 lines. when it has been impossible to get the gold, whatever the fuck. Because if you aren't level 90, at least until Dawntrail comes out, and you're on the level 90 version of Wondrous Tales, it's impossible to get the gold, even if you get 3 lines. It was a real kick in the dick. Hey there, lady! I'm Chloe Alipo. And who might you be? Afterbun? The Afterbun? From all the stories? Wow, you're like a legend. A real living, breathing legend. This is so exciting. Did I tell you I love stories? Well, I do. And not just listening to them. I'm pretty good at telling them too. I have this friend whose mommy and daddy went away and never came back. And well, she gets lonely and cries sometimes. So I tell her stories to cheer her up. That's right. Stories of brave adventurers like you. She likes my stories. She stops crying and even starts smiling and laughing. Seeing her happy makes me happy too. But lately, she's been staring off into space. It must be my fault. I bet all my stories are starting to sound the same. But then, I had an idea. Do you know what it is? I'll ask great adventurers like you to tell me your stories. And then, I'll put them together to make new stories of my own. It's a really great idea, right? Tell me you think so too. So, will you help me? Rowena gives me all sorts of things when I work hard. So if you do this for me, I can give you some of them too. What sort of things? Well, tonestones for one, and, well, all kinds of other special stuff. But not my Mandragora pin. That's all mine. So, do me a favour. Remember all your bestest stories and write them in this notebook here. I call it Chloe's Wondrous Tales, because I have a tale, and I tell tales. Get it? Every time your stories help me come up with a new tale of my own, I'll give you a present. It'll be lots of fun for both of us, don't you think? Thanks, After. And by the way, you're even cuter than I pictured you from the stories, tee. She's a little cutie patootie. This gives me something else to do. Because basically, this is what you can get for the gold ones, which are really rare. Let me show you what Wondrous Tales looks like. So, it is a grid of 4x4, and each one of these things has a different duty that if I complete it, I get a random sticker on this 4x4 grid. And I have to do 9 of them in a given week. It resets every Tuesday. And if you get 1 line, so even if I don't get any lines, I get half a level of guaranteed experience and either 10,000 gil or 500 Tombstones of Poetics. And I can pick which one I want. If I get 1 line of stickers in a row, like bingo, I can choose between 30,000 MGP or one of these bronze certificates. If I get 2 lines, I can get 100,000 MGP or 1 silver. And if I get 3 lines, which is very, very difficult, I can get 10 million MGP. I think. Is that it? No, 1 million MGP. Or 3 silver certificates, because you can't get a gold certificate unless you've hit level 90, and then these change to include duties up to and including Endwalker. And I imagine these might update for Dawntrail duties as well. But so you can then trade them for rare mounts if you get the golds, as well as Diadokos set, which is currently the highest eye level set that you can buy. For silver, you can get a framer's kit, some glam, which includes things like a corgi scarf. Very cute. You can get some minions, which are quite rare. You can get a headband, which is very good if you don't already have ears. These are the previous highest eye level armor that you can buy. And then the bronze ones, you can't get much that's any good. Mainly you can get some minions. And then you can get some stuff that could be changed into materia, but there's easier ways to get materia. And you can get some magic prisms, which are all just fucking useless. So yeah, that's something for me to do. Is that... what's top marks? Oh, that's the... yeah. That's the hunting one. Hey, you old bitch. So, you're the famous after, are you? The clan's all abuzz with talk of the brave young adventurer who's joined our ranks. But tell me, how is it a storied young lass like you only approved to take on level 2 marks? Scared of getting that pretty face of yours scratched, are you? Well, it's up to you. But if you've got the stomach for a new challenge, you go back to that inn and tell Ardelaine that Yolois says she's holding you back. Well, he's holding you back. If he doesn't approve you for more advanced marks, he'll have me to deal with. That's right. I'm an ornery old bitch. One of the other significant things about Idleshire is this is where Rowena is set up in Ishgard. And we saw her when we were speaking to Chloe. And so Alexander is the raid here, not the Alliance raid, just the normal raid. So that's where you can get gear from that. I could also now get the level 60 gear. So this is the... that's not... This is the most powerful gear that you can get in Heavensward. Just like how you can get the augmented ironworks as soon as you get to Mordona, you can get the augmented Shire gear as soon as you get to here. So yeah, that's pretty cool. And I can also get the same level of special arms stuff that I couldn't get before. There is now some new stuff available in here that I couldn't have access to before. And then this is got some uncanny knickknacks, which includes things such as a spotted fedora that I can't see, and a spotted jacket, which is from a rare fate, similar to the Odin fates. So I could get the augmented weapons. These are weapons from doing the extremes. And then these are the most powerful weapons that you can get. In Heavensward for level 60. So yeah, I could get some pretty good weapons for some of our classes that we still need to level up. They don't necessarily look the best though, is the issue. But such is life. I did a tune here, right? Yeah, good. But yeah, we're going to be coming to Idleshire a lot. Between Wondrous Tales and Rowena's until we beat Heavensward and all of the Heavensward Tombstone stuff becomes available at every Tombstone location. This is going to be an important location, which means I should set it as a favorite. You don't know if I want this information, but just in case I was planning something with Kingdom Hearts, Epic is having a sale. I already have them all on PC, so don't worry. But thank you for thinking of me. Okay. There are actually Ethernet locations in here, but I'll grab those off stream. And yes, you can use a mount in Idleshire. I don't know why. As far as I'm aware, this is the only location where you can use a mount. Actually, no, I don't think that's true. I think you can use it in Ralka's Reach as well, which is the similar location but in Stormblood. This is not where I clicked at all, is it? Oh no, it is. That's fine. Okay, so let's get... Oh, I was hoping to get over the ledge of that. Oh, so you've met Lloyd, have you? Well, if she says you're ready for level 3 marks, I ain't worth arguing. Just make sure you're well prepared before you go after one of these beasts. They're more dangerous than anything you've hunted so far. The rewards are bigger too, provided you make it back in one piece. Any road, go and have a gander at the clan hunt board. So long as you understand the risks, I'll let you pick any level 3 mark that takes your fancy. Cool. Level 3 isn't really the thing that I care about here, though. The thing that I care about here is what you're going to give me now. Well met, I have some good news. I've had word from Sir Ludiast, the master of Clan Centurio. Seems he's been keeping half an eye on your progress, and he reckons that you're just about ready to spread your wings as a fully fledged elite mark hunter. Buses. Sir Ludiast was born into a noble family, but he left all that behind to head out hunting, tracking down the fiercest foes and destroying them for the good of the realm. Folk call him the original hunter scholar. Being recognized by a fella like that ain't nothing to be sniffed at. Don't be letting it get to your head, though. Those elite marks are on a whole nother level to all you've hunted before, and charging in willy-nilly is a sure way to make maker. We give them ranks based on how deadly they are, just like the grand companies do. You'll find the bills for these elite marks up on the clan hunt board alongside the others. You're free to take whichever bill you choose, but make sure you know what you're doing before you head out hunting. Every one of these beasts is a nightmare incarnate. And now... Oh wait, no. Once I've handed this in, I should then get access to the advanced redeem from him. And this is lucky that I'm getting this now, because the the hunts are going to reset in about 7.5 hours. And that is in an area that I can actually get to and kill the thing. And it's not you I want to speak to, it's you. Yes. So, I forget what the clan mark log is good for. But it doesn't really matter. There we go. So I've basically just unlocked Elite Mark for Heavensward. So that's good to have. Alright, quickly, let's go do the Vath quest, which hopefully won't take too long. And then we'll do the Vanu Vanu quest to unlock them. And then I'll finish up. Because I've got work tomorrow. And so does Neff. And I'm sure she doesn't want to be kept up all night. Wait, I can do this as one of my lower classes. Yes. Well met, Master. Look how the Adventurers Guild has grown. Our roster is filled with eager Vath, and our clients demand much more of us. Your contribution has been most welcome. Most welcome indeed. Though we no longer suffer from hunger, our safety is not yet guaranteed. The muskets we have stolen from the Nath have become unreliable. They rust and break easily. What kind of adventurer fights with such poor weapons? Our hive is young. We lack the proper metalworks to forge better muskets. The Vath with such a purpose have been hard at work securing proper resources, but it will take time. A long time. Too long. In the meantime, we must make do in other ways. I thought to ask Yantalot, but he admitted he is not well versed in musket making. He spoke of the goblins, said they know a great deal about metalworks. But he said they are constant travellers with no true home. It is difficult to discern when they will pass through the Forelands. Idleshire? A goblin settlement in the hinterlands? How fortunate that you would know of such a place. Master, surely you could introduce me? What excitement I feel, knowing I can travel on another journey. I am itching at the chance. I'll prepare right now. Polish my musket, clean my mandibles. Meet me at the border in the west, guarded by the stone door, beyond the domain of the dragons. Yeah, so I basically get to just go straight back to Idleshire. Just in case you forgot how large these maps are. Oh, nearly went past him. Chantalot said the goblins are not like men. Could they be likened to dragons, I wonder? With gnashing teeth and... Master, they come! Get fucked. Their voices were toneless, but alluring. They repeated their message over and over. Halt your travels. Why do they try to interfere? It frustrates me, but I will not let them win. I will keep on to the hinterlands. Now, are you gonna let me... No. Okay, you're not. There. Master, allow me to explain. He came out of nowhere and attacked. With a knife. I had no choice but to shoot. Illuminati? He was not from the goblin settlement we seek. Somehow I am relieved. His savageness reminded me of the One Mind. I was worried all goblins were like him. I was taken aback by his face. It was so... No, never mind. Perhaps it's best not to say. Okay, now I actually need to be in Idleshire. So we'll just fast travel. Behind you, Uplander. Massive crawly bug armed with deadly weapon. Not crawly bug, but walkie bug. Seeks gobby metalworkings? Happy to oblige we are, but Slowfix is not the gobby with whom Uplander should trade tongue flaps. Seek dry docks. Dry docks? What purpose does one have with a name like that? Uplander needs hand lending? Drydox never tires of giving out busy tasks. Ah, a walkie bug! It has been many years since Drydox saw your kind. I call myself the Vath Deft Arm. I'm an adventurer like my master. You have met walkie bugs like me before? Before founding Free Nation in Idleshire, Gobby folk travelled far and wide. When Drydox was small gobby, walkie bugs wielded boomsticks attacked our tent ring. I see. It must have been the One Mind who attacked you. But I mean you no harm. I have come to befriend the goblins. But I did not expect you to be such strange-looking creatures. Did Drydox ear catch walkie bug right? Cannot tell skull from city parts. What he says gobby looks strange? My apologies. I did not mean to be rude. Slowfix tells me you can make muskets. Very good muskets. Muskets are what I seek, like this one. Walkie-bug wants boomstick like this one? Even Baby Gobby with Blindy Fold can craft better boomstick. For Jingly Shine, Drydox will crafty build best boomstick. Give word bond. Jingly Shine? I know not what that is, so I do not have any. I came to offer my services in exchange for boomsticks. No Jingly Shine? So Walkie-Bug wants Boomstick as quest prize? Very well. Collector's Quarter is filled with debris. If Deft Arm wants Boomsticks, Deft Arm must go and clear away. I decline. Clearing away rocks is no duty for an adventurer. Adventurers fight monsters, procure items of great worth. I've had far worse requests than this, you know. Is adventuring not supposed to be glorious? I thought it was supposed to be glorious. But you are right, Master. I am fortunate to have been given a task to perform. Clearing rocks is a worthwhile duty. Uplander, can Drydox trust you with check work? Make certain that Walkiebug clears Collector's Quarter with fastness. Where? Oh, he's there. Okay. I thought the Collector's Quarter was somewhere in Idleshire. Apparently not. God, this fucking mount speed. Don't worry about the bubble. We'll get to that. Master has done simple tasks. These on her own can do it too. It's no use. It won't budge. My arms are tired. Perhaps a snack will rejuvenate me. Drydox grows impatient and comes to checky work. What is this stinky sweet smell? It makes Drydox's belly do whirly turns. These are Nanka eggs. Succulent and juicy they are. Would you like one? Yes, yes, but first Drydox must remove mask. No sneaky peekers. Shaw, tasty fresh, tasty fresh. Like party in mouth with all gobby flock invited. More stinky eggs. More stinky eggs. Perhaps we can alter the deal. If you craft boomsticks and metalworks for the Vath, I shall bring you more Nanka eggs. Mountains of Nanka eggs. What a relief that the goblins enjoy the same tastes as we. Let us return to the storyteller right away. Make the final arrangements. Wrong one. Oh, beans. Toe beans. The Deft Arm is not here. Did you not see him on the main road? This bodes ill. He acts strange lately. We worry he may have strayed to heed the whispers of the One Mind. Be wary of the Deft Arm Hunter. Our connection to the Overmind has been sundered, but all Vath have a lingering link to the One Mind. Some have a stronger link than others. You must have seen his struggle with the whispers as we have. The One Mind's thoughts against his. It is like 100 voices humming in unison. He is overwhelmed and cannot act. To be truly freed from the threat of the One Mind, his sense of self must be powerful. Powerful enough to overcome their whispers. If he doubts his purpose, the link may grow stronger. He will forget himself and return to Lothast Nath. But we cannot let that happen. He is our brother. He is Vath. The One Mind must be beckoning him toward their hive. We cannot have gone far. Great Hunter, you bring him back to his senses. A bunny riding a wolf. Now you've seen everything. How about a bunny riding a weird giraffe thing? Oh hey, I need to murder these. We love a good bit of murder. Well, wake up, you silly sausage. Death. Yes, that is who I am. The Vath Devdarm. I am an adventurer. But what am I doing so far from the colony? I shall hurry back at once. So far, father seems like a tool. Do you mean the player character in Fallout 4? Or do you mean the leader of the Institute? Bearing in mind that it's been like... Yeah, Sean. Okay. Oh, hey. Nice. In case anyone wants to read that, they can pause it on the YouTube. I spoke with the storyteller. He explains what is happening to me, about why I lose my way, about why I struggle to fight the One Mind. I'm sorry for staying silent, Master. I thought I could overcome this on my own. I thought if I declared my purpose, the voices of the One Mind would vanish. Instead, they have grown stronger, louder. Oh, my mind. It is full of questions, heavy questions. I fear many things, but I fear losing myself the most. I know, perhaps the One Mind still calls me because my purpose is not strong enough. I must do whatever it takes to become a capable adventurer. Accept more tasks on my own, reap more rewards. Then the One Mind will whisper no longer. And now they have goblin metalwork. The goblins of Idleshire are now clients of the Adventurers Guild. And now he sells more stuff to is the wind-up Vath, which I already have. But they now sell some nuggets. I think that's the only new thing they have. Oh no. Okay, so you also have the nuggets for their currency, as well as a new song. Nice. Okay, to the Vanu Vanu, which is Oxundu. And then I need to finish up, because I have gone later than I intended for an after-work stream. Much later. Hopefully this isn't too long. Like nourishing rains after long summer drought, Netherling's return may bring succor in our time of need. Zundu spies sent word of activity in Ok Vundu Mok, deep within Vundu territory. Such news bodes ill for Ok Zundu. We would know more of this coming storm, but spies struggled to slip past watchful gazes of Vundu guards. Netherling's strength and courage is always reliable, and Sonu asks her to brave enemy territory and bring news of what stirs in Ok Vundu Mok. Once again, Netherling proves she is stout ally of the Zundu. Zephyr wins at your back, speed your way. Of course, the issue with the Vundu is that 90% of the time I'm going to have to cross a decent chunk of this map, which is going to take a while. There is nowhere to run, traitorous Gundu. Punishment is nigh. Traitorous? We but seek freedom from cruelty of Vundu. Nonsense. Like Sanuwa, Gundu live only to serve almighty Vundu. No more. Gundu cast off Vundu reigns. Gundu are free. Gundu are free. Stand back, Linu Valley. Muna Vanu teaches Vundu difference between Gundu and Sanuwa. Foolish Greybeak. Even clumsy Pizer laugh at your challenge as he tumbles into Cloud Sea. Such weaklings are not worthy foes. Cower before us. Such power. Fear cuts deeper than boreal winds. A Netherling, and one unmoved by our Sundrop dance? What insolence! Cast Netherling into Cloud Sea. Turns out they're weak to guns. Who knew? Even most violent gale could not topple you, to stand as totem against Vundu Sundrop Dance. Sundrop Dance is ancient tradition of Vanu Vanu. It is display of strength and vigor, both individual and tribe. Vanu custom is to dance before battle. The enemies weak of will may yield, preventing needless bloodshed. Forgive my rudeness. I, Linu Valley of the Gundu tribe, am grateful for Zephyr winds that bring Netherling to our side to stand against Vundu. Vundu invade Gundu lands and curse our totems, but Gundu's spirit will not break. All still oppose the Vundu's many misdeeds. Summoning the White, conquering other tribes, attacking Netherlings, all are affronts. We seek freedom from Vundu rule, but Vundu are greedy as they are cruel, and answer our pleas with violence. Vundu talons reach far and cut deep. Many flee to distant isles to escape their wrath, yet Netherlings venture deep into the Vundu homeland. Why? Netherling is come from Oxzundu? Sonu Vani himself asks Netherling to investigate? We hear naught of Zundu after Vundu invade our lands. That they are yet free. Netherling, Linu Valley humbly requests that you escort us to Sonu Vanu, that we might beseech the Zundu for aid. Tribe will remember Netherling's kindness for many moons to come. Now, let us depart to Oxzundu before the Vundu return. I'm pretty sure that me reading that out loud makes it sound like I'm having a stroke. Because I keep just... There is a very subtle difference between the names and between the Vundu and the Zundu. And it makes my brain EP. So rumblings in Okvundu, not sign of impending storm, but Gundu uprising. And now the Gundu seek protection from their pursuers. May Zephyr winds forever guide you, Chief Sonu. I, Linu Valley, daughter of Unu Vanu, do greet you warmly. My companions are Muna Vanu, former attendant to my father, and Luna Vanu, merchant of our village. Your father and I spend many hours cloud fishing. When news of his death at Vundu claws reach Oxzundu, the fiercest monsoon cannot wash away my sorrow. Forgive us our imposition, Chief Sonu, but the Gundu suffer too long under the Vundu. Better to run than to remain slaves. But Vundu are relentless, and we face terrible reprisals, if not for this Netherling. It's like they only have 10 letters in their alphabet, yeah. There is no need to apologize. Zundu welcome you with open arms. Tell me, how fares your brother? Alas, when Linu Vanu call for Gundu independence, Vundu imprison him in Sky Cage and hang from island as example to others. We attempt to free him but fail, and Vundu pursue us until we meet Netherling. It saddens Sonu to learn this, but we are nevertheless grateful that you arrived safely to Oxzundu. You and yours are welcome to rest at Naki Island for as long as you like. Sonu Vanu, your kindness is boundless as Cloud Sea. Chief Sonu, pray do not act in haste. What will others say when they learn of this arrangement? Islands more precious than rain during summer drought. Some still resent Netherlings for risking island to hunt the White. Now is not the time to turn our backs on another tribe. We must do all in our power to help, for the sake of Chief Unu and his people. Have we food to feed them? Wood to build them homes? How much must the Zundu sacrifice for these refugees? The island is more than enough. Like seedling which takes root in rich soil and grows strong, so too will new Gundu settlement flourish on this great gift from the Zundu. Such a sight would surely fill Chief Unu with pride. Naki Island lies to the west of Oxzundu. Go forth and build a new home for your people. think we should nearly be done with the quest. Linu Valley's fortune is great indeed to meet Netherling who defeats the White. And an island for Gundu to start anew? The skies themselves could not grant such gifts. However, it seems no Vanu inhabit this island since before Linu Valley's hatchling days. Listen, the sound you hear not rolling thunder, but incessant buzzing of midge swarms. Thunderstorm might even be more welcome than midges. One bite from midge and Vanu itch until feathers fall off. But midges have no taste for Netherling blood. Netherling must help before midges cause sleepless nights for tribe. There, ride on the wings of Sanua, and with its forceful breath drive the midge clouds from the trees. Yep, so this is the mount for the Vanu Vanu. The midges hum no longer, but even so, doubt still remains. Although Linu make promise of building new home for tribe, the uncertainty of the road ahead fills her with doubt. Linu Valley is nothing but delicate hen, with arms thin as branches and legs dainty as a gaelicat's. It is true, Netherling, just look! One day Linu hopes to become strong enough to send the mightiest Vanu running in fear, but like rain in monsoon season, change come fast and without warning. Linu possesses not the courage to lead. Make no mistake, none are more loyal than Muna Vanu and Luna Vanu. But their feathers are old and grey. Linu cannot ask them to shoulder so heavy a burden. Without brother and the many still under Vundu rule, Linu knows not which path to take. But in the black of night a beacon of light guides us. Linu speak of you, Netherling. Please, work with us to help build a new home for Gundu. Do so and Netherling live on through generations of Gundu storytellers. Like towering totem pole, Netherling supports Gundu. 1,000 thanks, Netherling. Your words clear the fog of doubt from Linu's heart. This is worthy of celebration. Celebration of the mighty Netherling? Linu Valley is embarrassed to ask, but what is Netherling's name? After Bun? Such an odd-sounding name. Do all members of the Netherling's tribe call themselves Bun? Ah, speaking of names, New Gundu village must have one worthy of Grand Vanu settlement. Naki is ancient Vanu word for winds blowing from west, and also name of this island. To honor tribe of Gundu, village's name is Ok Gundu Naki. The village has a name. There is nothing left now but to begin building it. Speak to Manu Vanu to learn what we need. And with that, we have unlocked the Vanu Vanu. Which is good, because I think that Neff is sick of hearing me say gibberish. Sweet. Okay, so the Vanu Vanu. This is their merchant. Can't actually do anything with them yet. Cool. I think they start out, yeah. So they start out at the same level as the Mughals, whereas the Vath started out a bit higher. So we'll end up maxing things out with the Vath before we do with any of the others, most likely. But yeah, I now need to do a bunch of Beast Tribe quests tomorrow before the reset. That's the I think it's the afternoon reset. Right? For the... I think that resets at 3 each day. Yeah, that resets at 3. Cool. Well, thank you very much for watching. We did a lot of good stuff today. I am going to try and level the Heavensward classes so that we can go back to using them for the MSQ. I'm going to try and finish the Scholar A Realm Reborn relic, or at least finish the book stage of it. And then of course we're going to do Beast Tribes. So there's quite a lot of stuff for me to do again. Yay. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time, which should be Wednesday, which at the moment is likely to be more Final Fantasy XIV, because I need to pull my finger out and get more folios in Rebirth. So yeah, have a good one, and I'll see you later. Bye!